Good evening, everybody, and back with another show. How is everybody this evening? Let's see, who've we got in? We have, let's go right up to the top. Who was the first one in? Cleary, nice to see you in there. We have Christian Kumar, Fiery Toot in YouTube, Sean Hawkins, Logan's Run, and many more. Defo, Globestock. Oh yes, did I buy a torch? I'll get to that in a minute. Trust me, I will get back to that in a minute. Right, okay, so I'm not going to say hello to everyone because it seems like we've got quite a lot of people and it'll take me 10 minutes. So I'm going to introduce my first guest. So Paige, how are you doing? That's odd. So desktop audio isn't... Try it again.
Yeah, I'm here.
There we go. There we go. Perfect. It was my mistake on my end there. I hadn't clicked the button. Right. Okay. So yes, Sunday night. It's not like me normally to do a show on a Sunday night, but I just thought, you know what, I'm bored tonight, so why not? And also, there's a couple of things I want to talk about as well. A couple of things I want to talk about too. So hang on, let me get something up. So I'm going to share my screen that you can see what I'm presenting now, Paige, as well. And this is for the audience, obviously, as well. Can you see my screen there, Paige?
Yeah, I can.
Right, okay. Let's open this with photos. Right, okay. So here we go. Right, okay. So there was an issue, obviously, with the scaling that I did on the video that I put out a few days ago. I only had it up for like an hour and a half or so. Realised the error and promptly removed the video and put a community post out explaining that there was some, errors there. And it was pretty obvious what the errors were. My scaling was quite off. But anyway, the idea being is that I'm trying to come up with a test that can determine whether or not the sun would cast a 70-mile shadow when it hits the moon, and obviously the shadow touches the earth. I believe that the shadow would be bigger. Mainstream says that it would be much bigger. What's your thoughts on that, Paige?
Well, Mr. Thrive and Survive has been doing a lot of stuff on the moon trying to prove whether he can get the shadow. I think it was smaller or something. You can't have one that's smaller. I would have thought it would have to be the same size or bigger.
Well, I can understand their logic behind why it could be that size. I can understand that logic, but I just feel that I just feel that the shadow isn't going to behave the way they say it is. That's what I feel. So I tried to do it. I obviously tried to put something together to do this test, and I made a little model ready to go. Unfortunately, I didn't have 96 meters or a big enough torch to actually go ahead and perform the test. So I had to think a bit out of the box. So this is what I've come up with. So I bought a torch. Right, okay, I'm going to show you this torch over here. Now, I don't know whether this is actually going to be as powerful as they say it is, but it's on Amazon and it says it's 120,000 lumens. Right, okay, so it's going to be pretty bright, believe you me. Right, okay, so we've got a really bright torch here, which is what was needed really. I have got a torch, but it's nothing like this, and I did actually try to do a small scale test, but as I say, the brightness just wasn't there anyway. So I've got this apparently 120,000 lumens. The problem is it's going to take a month to get here. That's the only problem, so I've got to sit tight for that. But here's my plan, is to attach the torch to a cylinder. Doesn't have to be a long cylinder, maybe just a few inches, just in length. And the reason that is, it's so that it can direct the light beam. Now, what I have a problem with is that if you do like one of these tests inside a room or alike, you're going to get all the ambient light bouncing off the walls. Now, that's going to have an effect on the shadow. Whether you like it or not, that will have an effect. So what I'm trying to do is sort of like get rid of all the variables that could affect this. So I'm going to put a little pipe, and I have to wait to see what the torch, what size this torch arrives at. But if we roughly say that I'm expecting it to be about 6 meters in diameter, 6 centimeters in diameter, which means I'll put a 6.1 centimeter pipe on the edge of that, and then I'll stick it right next to the ball, and I'll shine it at a distance of 7.68 meters away at a whiteboard. And I'll do this obviously in a very darkened room. So the only light source will be from this, very focused light, and we're not going to get the light bouncing off the walls either to affect the result. So I'm hoping that with this little setup that I've done here, I mean, maybe somebody's actually got this that they could do right now. Maybe they have a torch that's like this and a bit of piping that they could test it themselves, in which case, great. I mean, this is what I actually think is the best way to do this. And the reason that I've put it at 6.1 centimeters, it doesn't really matter if this is 6.17 meters at a couple of inches away from the ball, or whether it's 12 centimeters at 10 feet, or a meter at 200 meters away. It doesn't really matter, because the idea is that you recreate the size of the scaled sun. So obviously when it's hitting the moon, this is the area that would be affected, and we need a little bit more just to go around the edges, just to give them that penumbra, so that's the test. What do you think, Paige? Think that'll get a result?
Yeah, I was just thinking what you were saying about doing it inside. Even with that little tube on, you still, I think, should do it outside if you can, because even directing the light on it, there's still going to be some light bouncing off the walls and stuff.
Yeah,
it depends. I suppose it depends on how big your room is.
That's a good point, actually. I suppose down at somewhere like
have you got a field or something out?
Well, yeah, I mean, down at the sand dunes in Blackpool, so you got the sand dunes. I mean, it's pitch black there. It really is pitch black, and
that'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, it's as black as black can be. So, I mean, if ever I'm going to get a test that's going to be not affected by any kind of light, then that would be the place to do that. So when the torch arrives, this is what I plan. I would need a really bright torch, and that's why I've gone for the most powerful torch that I think I can find, 120,000 lumens. So, I mean, that's going to be quite powerful just going through that little tube.
Very.
So, you've got to try and recreate the brightness of the sun, I mean, but obviously, I mean, we'll see what happens. It's either going to get washed out and there's going to be a very small circle in the middle, in which case that validates the claims of the globers, or it's going to hold, or essentially hold, most of its size. We'll only find out when we do the test. Like I say, I can understand the globers when they say this is what we think will happen, but as I say, I mean, we won't know until it's actually been tested. So that's what I want to do for that test anyway. So let us know after the show, whatever. Leave a comment if you think that's a viable test. If there's anything I need to tweak on it, fair enough. And yeah, we'll work on that and get that done. I've got another one that I want to do. Let me get this up. So this is to try and test if there's any looming. Now, what I've decided to do here is I'm going to buy some guttering. The square gutters that you get like this shape, and you get some plastic window trim, and it's kind of flimsy and relatively pliable. Now, if I get that and I lay it on the bottom, right? Obviously, you can get different widths of stuff like this. So I'm going to lay it across the bottom, and I'm just going to create a little wrinkle in the middle. So I'm just going to push it so that it just pops up ever so slightly in the middle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to angle this ever so slightly, off level, so that it's got a very slight runoff. And then I'm going to filter some water down the edge of the pipe of the guttering. So the water will basically be running over this pipe or this plastic trim, and hopefully that little bulge that I'll have created by squishing it a little bit and raising that up will give the same simulated effect of it going around a curve. So if I'm running water from one end over this slight hump here, and I've obviously got an object at this side that I'm trying to film, and at this end I've got the camera, I can do a test on that. And the good thing about doing this is that I can do it with different water temperatures. So I can do freezing cold water, so I can put a bucket of water with lots of ice and leave it to go till it's absolutely, freezing essentially. I can do tap water, straight from the tap, so it's not quite as cold. And I could even put boiling water down it as well to do it the other way. So, and I think I've been trying to think of a way that will create this kind of hump, simulating a hump. And I think this is as close as the thing I can think of doing to get that done. Do you think that'll work, Paige?
I can't see any reason why it wouldn't.
Yeah.
As long as you've got something in the middle there to make the water start to fall away from you, like they say happens.
Well, I'm going to have it ever so slightly tilted. So if I get say a 5 meter length of guttering, and I get a 5 meter length of this white flimsy plastic, and create that very small hump in the middle. What I'll do is I'll just offset it ever so slightly off level, because if you're on a globe anyway, everything runs away from you anyway, so it's all starting to fall away anyway. So I can create that ever so slight hump just by lowering this edge ever so slightly, and then I'll get that hump in the middle. I can run water through a pipe at one end, just have it a slow trickle, just so that it just sort of like wets the top of it rather than creates a flood.
So it's because otherwise the water would be level. Yeah,
I don't want a flood. I want it to just ripple, just ever so slightly, just trickle down it. Just so that it wets it. And then if I'm filming, obviously you'll have the air temperature, which is going to be different to the temperature of the water. And if we're filming something from the other side, then if we see any kind of movement whatsoever, it'll be documented. So whether or not it's any kind of stretching or compression or whatever it will be, this setup will be able to give us some kind of idea as to what effect is happening with the different temperatures and stuff. And of course, I'm going to measure the temperature and everything, so everything will be down there. So let us know again in the chat, guys, if you think that this is going to work. I think that's the only way I can recreate this hump, this bulge that they say that they have. And if you think that's going to work, then give us a thumbs up and let us know. Lastly, the drone. So I've got Rude Earther, for instance. Rude Earther's one, and I've also got somebody else. I don't know whether he wants me to say who he is, so I'm not going to mention his name. But he's going to go to, one of them's going to go to Barrow in Furness, and I know Rude Earther's thinking of going to Southport. Now, the DJI Mavic Pro 2 can lift about 2.2 pounds in weight. Now, I suspect that the camera, the torch that I've bought, when it finally gets here, is going to weigh less than that. Now, that means that I can attach the torch to this, and I'll be able to do some pretty decent tests. So, looking at around about 13 miles to Barrow, or to the lighthouse at Walney, he's got a P900 on the one side, right? And he'll be able to see this with 120,000 lumens. I can fire this my drone high so that he sees it, and then because it's got an altimeter on it and what have you, we'll be able to lower the drone to the point where he says he can no longer see it, and then we'll be able to get some calculations from that. As long as also he's got lasers as well. So it's just going to be crazy stuff when we go to Barrow and we actually get this sorted out. But I thought that was interesting that it could lift 2.2 pound in weight, because I'm also thinking of attaching the lasers in kind of like a bead fashion, sort of like one on top of the other, but at a distance of maybe 2 or 3 meters, like on a string, and lift it up, but somehow sort of like fashion something that it stays rigid. And as long as the drone stays level, we should get some different laser beams going across those stretches too, and we can see what the laser effect has going across those waters. Do you think that's worth doing?
Isn't problem we have with them, that they think if you're 100 meters away from somebody at the same height, because you're that height above the ground, they're saying that is from the center of the earth. So we're working off a flat plane and saying we're the same height, but they're working off a curved surface and saying we're the same height. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But we go. Well, they run their whole model is based on mathematics. So you can mathematically work out what you should be able to see, what you shouldn't be able to see, what's the cutoff point between something getting in the way and causing obstruction. So with such a powerful torch, I have a feeling that this, from my experience of the location, for sure, especially both sides actually, going to Southport from Blackpool and also going from Cleveland to Barrow-in-Furness. I mean, I have absolutely no doubts whatsoever over those distances. We're going to see, once this drone gets to about 10 feet above sea level or 12 feet above sea level, it's possible then that the guy from Barrow may say, okay, well, we can no longer see the light, but there should be at least 96 feet or something of earth curve, including refraction, between what he should be seeing and what he shouldn't see. So,
even if they're working from a curved surface.
From a curved surface, yeah.
Elevation from the center of the earth, it still should show that much.
Yep. And we can, this could be documented. They love having all the data and stuff. So you can record all the heights that the drone's at, etc. So, if I'm filming it with the P1000, he'll be filming it from his side with the P900. And he'll be able to see the drone. And as soon as he sees the light, you can't miss it. If it's as bright as they say it's going to be, 120,000 lumens, and
you'll see it. Yeah.
He's going to see it, And obviously, I expect there will come a point where you will no longer see it, but we'll be able to measure that height very accurately because I can record it all on the drone. So I'm looking forward to doing this. I really am.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So there's my 3 tests that are coming up. So if anybody's got any comments
what's fun?
Yeah. Anybody got any comments, or anybody thinks that there's something that needs tweaking on those 3 tests? Let's have a look. Let's see if anybody's put anything actually.
Sean Hawkins must have something to whinge about. He's got to have commented something by now.
Darwin says, how's it going for a $5 how's it going laid back super chatty thing? So thank you very much, Darwin, for the support, and much appreciated, to be fair. Brenda's in. Hey Brenda, if you want to join and tell me what's wrong with the 3 proposed tests that I'm doing. Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. Here's got up. well, here's the thing, right? The Globers are so lazy, right? Yeah. Let me open this, right? So this.
Some of them aren't. There's 1 or 2 that do some stuff, but 99% of them won't actually even go outside.
So this test, trying to measure the shadow that would be cast, on the Earth, from the moon. This test is something the Globers should be doing, because this is their claim. All they've got is some sketches and some diagrams, and they say, this is what happens, but they haven't tested it. So realistically, this is something that they should be doing, instead of, I'm going out of my way to try and validate their claims, or disprove their claims, whichever. But this is something that they should have done. The same with this one. Getting the pipes inside the pipe and trying to recreate this slight hump, and running some water over it to try and see whether or not we're getting any looming. This is what the test is for.
You're forgetting they're happy with their observe and declare. They're happy with their explanations. These people actually like living in this fantasy world, so they don't ever think about doing something to prove what they're saying. If you can draw it with on a whiteboard or with some numbers, that's good enough.
And the thing is, like I say, Brenda's in here running her mouth, as they normally do. But hey, I'm out here trying to do your work, what you should be doing. And as for the final test about strapping the torch onto the drone, yeah, that's for flat Earth. Because I'm going around, I'm trying to find some realistic proofs here, because we've been asking for years, for your proofs, and all you've come back with is mathematics. You've not gone out and you've not tried to prove it. You've not gone out and tried to show me looming. You've just said, oh, if you can see it, it's looming. That isn't a test. That isn't going out and actually proving whether or not you've actually shown and demonstrated that something's been loomed up. Just saying that it's loomed up is not proving it. So you've got to think out of the box to try and do these things. Maybe it might not work. Maybe it will work. But at least I'm going out of my way to try and do this. At least I'm trying to break the deadlock, because it is a deadlock. You guys have brought nothing to the table except for mathematics. That's it.
It's a deadlock when it shouldn't be. They will not concede on even the things that don't affect the shape of the ground. They won't concede on, like, the weird shit that goes on with the moon. They won't concede, even though it makes no difference to what shape the actual Earth is. Because we say it's black, they'll say it's white. If we started saying we know the sky's blue, they'd come back and go, no, it's not. They think we want to be flat earthers. They think we actually want to. They don't realise that, hang on, no, we've gone looking for globe proof and couldn't find it. So, we're left with no option but to say, come on, can you please prove these things to us? And they won't do it.
Well, as I say, Brenda's joined and she said that they've already done all the tests. So my question to Brenda is then, can you show me a video or something that shows essentially the test that I've been asking? Show me a demonstration of somebody going out of the way to try and prove that something has been loomed up. Brenda, you must be muted or your mic isn't plugged in, because we can't hear you. So you might have to adjust your mic there. This is actually the most silent Brenda's ever been, I think.
It's nice, isn't it? It's lovely. I like this, Brenda.
Brenda's changed her MO. Here we go. Let's see. No, still can't hear you there, Brenda. Well, what it is...
You might have to drop and rejoin.
Is that better?
That's better, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Well, there are videos that explain all of these things. Globers have made them, right?
Okay, that's not... Explaining it isn't showing a test or something like this, I mean...
They've done these tests. They've done the tests.
Okay, have you got a video link or...
Have you got a video? Yeah.
No, I don't have to do your work for you. You go out... No, I don't.
See, even when they've got a proof, they don't want to help us and help us find it. They just want to act like turds and say, oh, I'm not going to do it for you. Like, get over yourself, Brenda. If you know where there's a video that shows what he wants to see, just give him the friggin' link.
I don't have it right now, but get off your lazy ass and go look for yourself.
Well, Brenda, I've been looking for 5 years.
You know where they are.
Get off your lazy ass and do your fucking work.
See? She claims she knows where it is, can't find it, doesn't have the link, so gets nasty at me.
I don't have it.
Typical.
I don't have to. Get off your lazy ass and go look.
No, of course you don't. You don't have to do anything.
No, I don't. You bear the burden. You're the one with the claim.
No.
You bear the burden.
No, you have the claim. You have the claim of Ball Earth. You have the burden of proof.
No, ball Earth is proven. It's been known
No,
for
it's not.
3,000
Otherwise, we
years.
wouldn't have this. We wouldn't be having this argument if it was proven, Brenda.
That's
So
not
stop being a
true.
twat.
You're just paranoid and stupid.
So I've been looking for 5 years, Brenda, for any kind of test, and I've been asking the Globers for 5 years. You'd think maybe with the amount of shows that I've been on, you know, that somebody somewhere would have showed the test that you say that's out there.
Well, I've seen people do tests using this. Why don't you use the sun, Ranty? It's free. You don't have to buy a torch.
The sun.
Why not just use this? Just use the sun.
Well, it's funny that you say that because, and I don't want to spoil the surprise actually, because I was talking with Travis, the Plain Truth. I actually called him up yesterday because I had a little bit of a eureka moment, and it was to do with sunsets. Anyway, so I put it to Travis with my proofs, or at least reasoned arguments, and what do you know? He's pretty much on board. He likes what I've presented. Now I'm not going to spoil spoil it because he recorded it, and he's going to be playing it on his show, I believe tomorrow. So maybe you could watch that, and it might give you an insight about maybe what's going on with the sun from a flat earther's perspective due to sunsets. I'm not going to talk about it here because I don't want to spoil Travis's video, because it is an exceptionally good video, I have to say. Are you sharing something there, Brenda?
I thought I was. I might not be.
Yeah. Well, I can see that you've got.
Is this it?
Let's have a look. See.
Here's the explanation.
Okay.
Yes, it's a diagram.
Yeah,
yes,
a drawing,
it's a diagram.
not a test.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Okay, I appreciate.
We're asking for an actual test, like duh.
Now I appreciate.
Go look for that.
Well, I appreciate that you've got a diagram.
Have been. That's the whole point.
I appreciate that you've got a diagram. I appreciate your lines, and that in some way this may make sense. But I want to see this demonstrated. That's the thing. I want to see this and how it actually works out when you scale it, and you try and recreate this as best you can. Because obviously you can't recreate something that's, you know, hundreds of miles away. You can't do that. So, you know, we've got to try and do our best to try and do it in, you know.
Which is why he's using a torch and not the sun. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, which is why I'm using a very bright torch, and scaling it and trying my best to remove any kind of other light affecting it that may interrupt may affect the result, you know, because that's what I don't want to happen. So you say, right, so
I have a link.
Okay, so you said that, so you said that somebody's done this test. I was asking about the looming, but that's fine. I mean, I'm happy either way.
Oh,
you know,
people have done the looming test too.
Okay, well, I'd love to see that, because I have been asking for years for that. So, you know, maybe you can find the link for that too. But have you got? You say you've got a link for something?
Yeah, but I'm looking for how to. There we go. Trying to work this stuff out. Where do I put the chat?
No, next to it. Down at the bottom, next to those 3 dots.
Oh, there we go. There's a YouTube link to an astronomy webpage video that shows how shadows work. Since that seems to be difficult.
How shadows work? Is that how it should? Right. Okay. Let's have a look. See.
Eclipses, shadows, and scales.
Okay. Let's Let's share my screen so that you guys can hear this.
Can I make a bet there isn't a demonstration in that link anywhere? Can I make that bet right now?
You can lose that bet, yes.
Okay, well,
Demonstration.
well, let's see.
What we want to see.
You ready? Pin your ears back. Here we go. It's only a 4-minute video, so let's play it.
Oh, yeah, let's watch it.
Videos focusing on eclipses. Let us first consider the shadow an object casts due to a point source. Because the light comes from only one point, the shadow's edges are sharply defined. We call the shadow the umbra. If an observer's eye is inside the umbra, they can't see the source at all. Light from distant stars are good point sources, but most light sources, including the sun, are not point sources. They are extended sources. If you look at the shadow cast by the ball due to the lamp, which is an extended source, you'll see two different parts of the shadow, the darker central region and the lighter...
Right, let me stop it there. My issue with this is that the entire room is lit up. Right, now, in the vacuum of...
Can you see the shadow?
Yes,
Can you see the shadow?
yes, I understand that. Yeah, let me finish.
That's all you need.
Listen,
Okay.
That's all you need.
Say, no, that's the problem, Brenda. We're trying to explain to you guys that there are other little things that you're not taking into consideration. The whole room's probably white, like every
Can you
wall,
see the shadow?
ceiling.
Can you see the
She
shadow?
just doesn't-
Yes, Paige.
she
Now-
just
Yeah,
doesn't
so what's the
listen.
problem?
Well, let me just...
What's the
Well,
problem?
let's go into...
You hear
Well,
what I said?
hold on.
Every wall's probably white.
But you can see the shadow. So what?
dear me, right, listen.
Oh,
The
you
wall-
can't use
the
your
wall
brain,
is white.
can you?
The wall is white, so you can
Do
see
you
the
think
shadow.
the light would reflect off the other walls and the
Do you
roof
see?
that's
Do you
white?
see
Do
reflecting?
you think, I'm asking you a question, do you think the light would reflect off all the other walls in the room?
No, the
Yes,
no,
no.
no,
Yes or
no,
no?
it doesn't.
So,
Okay, what
can see the
side...
shadow.
Right, hold
You can
on.
see the shadow.
Hold on.
You can
Hold
see the
on.
shadow.
Shit.
Hold on. Right, listen. What size is the light source used in this particular demonstration?
I don't know. I can't see it. They might have shown it earlier, but I didn't see it.
Okay, so when Rumpus did his diagram and he showed us the incoming light from the sun to the moon, it was it was a direct beam, and also in the vacuum of space, it's not all bright and lit up there, right? Here we have a room with an
There's nothing in space.
Here we have a room with plenty of ambient
No
light.
light.
Plenty of ambient light, and we also don't know the size of the light that's lighting up this particular object. Now, I get the point. What you're trying to say is when you pull this away, okay. However, the size of the lamp might be 3 feet across. In which case, that will exasperate the shrinking of that particular shadow.
Actually, that's the entire point. Did you
Yes.
not hear what she said at the beginning?
But-
that the sun is not a point light; it's an extended light.
What? Yes,
So
but
she's using the correct model.
no.
Yes, the
No.
sun is not a point. Yes, it is.
Why?
The
No.
sun is not a point light. It's extended. It has a large surface area.
See,
And so
that's
that
where I
makes a
disagree. I think the
difference.
sun is a
You're
point
wrong.
source. I think
No.
it shines on just
No, it's-
us.
You can look
Yeah,
at it.
that's what
it's
I
not
believe.
a point.
Yes, you can
Well-
look at it shining straight on you.
Here's the thing. Here's the
It's like a
thing.
flashlight. If you
Look
shine
at
a
it
flashlight
in
at
a
someone.
telescope.
Yeah.
Here's
I
the
can
thing,
see it
Brenda.
Look at it.
straight
You
at
can
me,
see it.
like a
It's,
point source. They
you're a
turn
moron.
everything opposite, Randy. So if they
You're a
say
fucking
that it's an
moron.
extended source
It's not
of
a
light,
point light.
then I would
It's
be
not
saying
a
it's a
point
point
light.
source light.
The sun is not a
Because
point
they-
light. You can look at
Are you
it.
going to keep rabbiting on?
The sun is not a point light. You can look at it with a
Yeah,
solar
it's
telescope,
at
with a
me.
solar observatory. You can see
And
the
no
surface.
matter where you're looking, it's looking straight at you. Are you going to disagree that the sun is looking straight at you no matter
It's
where you
not
look at
a
it
point
from?
light. It's not a point light. It's a
That's
ball.
what you say. That's what you
That's-
say. You're
you can
entitled
see it.
to that opinion,
You can
Brenda.
see it.
Brenda, we're trying to have a discussion about thinking about things differently.
You
We
can
don't
see
want You
it.
come in telling us what we all already have been told.
You can see that the sun
Yes,
is a large
looking
ball.
straight at you. No, you can't. You can only
Yes,
see
you can.
around. You cannot
That's
see
not
a
true.
ball. Oh,
Yes, you
lying.
can.
Absolutely.
Yes, you
no,
can.
You can't. With your
Yes, you
own eyes,
can.
you cannot see it's a ball.
Yes, you can.
No,
you use
you
a solar
can't.
observatory. You use a solar observatory.
God, Brenda.
You can use telescopes with a good coating on the lens. You can look at the sun. You can use a solar observatory with a pinhole, right? And you can project an image of the sun into a dark room and see the surface. You can see the sunspots. Yes.
So what?
Yes, I've done that.
What the fuck do sunspots have to do with it being a ball or a flat disc?
That means it's not a point.
How? How do
What do you mean how?
sunspots?
It has a surface. It has a surface, so it's not a point.
I didn't have a flat disc.
How
Oh my
fucking
god.
stupid are you? How fucking stupid are you? The sun has a surface. You can see the solar surface and sunspots and all kinds of things on the surface. We can
Okay, right, Brenda, answer this question for me, please. So this in this video, right? We've got a back screen, right, and we've got this the light that's appearing on the back of the screen, right? This light that's here, that's on where I'm moving my cursor now. Where do we see that when we're looking back at the Earth from the ISS or whatever? You know, where do we see this backlit light source here?
Backlit.
Nowhere.
What are you talking? The light source.
She
Light
doesn't
sources.
even understand what you're saying. She's that dumb.
Excuse me. Light sources aren't backlit. Objects are backlit.
But
Where do we see this?
Oh my God.
Where do we see this when we look
Now.
back?
Where do we see what?
Well, if this is the Earth and we look back at it, where do we see that it's nice and bright behind the Earth?
Nice and bright behind. There's no. What the fuck? You think there's a wall behind the Earth?
She doesn't understand.
I don't think you understand, Brenda.
Ranty thinks there's a wall behind.
I'm asking you a question, Brenda. I'm not suggesting.
Yeah, there's no. The Earth is in space. There's no wall behind the Earth.
So why is the one in this then?
Not an analogous demonstration then. Thank you, Brenda.
To show you the shadow.
And all the other light, Brenda.
What?
All the other light in the room, bouncing off all the walls. All the other light that's here,
What about
that's
it?
affecting this shadow. All that other light. Where's that in reality?
I only see one light in the room. There's only one. The rest of the room is dark.
She won't even concede that there's light bouncing off that white wall, Ranty. She's literally
That's irrelevant.
on purpose just coming to
That's
waste
irrelevant.
time and make
That's
sure we
irrelevant.
can't talk about anything that we might want to test or whatever. She just wants to tell us what they get taught at school and tell us we're idiots. So
Yes,
she's not going to help
you
at
are.
all.
The light bouncing off of the walls is not affecting the shadow.
Yes, it is.
Prove it.
How do you know that?
Yes, it
Prove
is.
it. Oh my God.
No, it's
Prove
not.
it's not affecting.
They show you later on in the movie that when it's closer, you get a crisp shadow.
Are you telling me that all the other light in the room is having no effect on this shadow?
No, I'm telling you that this is representing, the Earth and the sun, or the moon and the shadow, and you get
reflecting light, so it's not analogous.
There's no reflecting light. There's one light in a dark room, and the ball there representing, I guess, the moon, right? And you get a blurry shadow when it's far away, and they show later on at I think 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so, they show a crisp shadow. So no, the room light bouncing around is not affecting the shadow. It's not affecting it. They show it at timestamp.
Thank you for your opinion, but
timestamp. It's not opinion. It's a fact. It's not opinion.
No,
it's in the video. It's in the video.
No, we don't trust.
It's in the video.
We would like to test things. We would like to test things ourselves.
It's in the video.
Can you stop being so
It's in the
rude?
video. It's
So
in
what? Randy, can you tell her to shut up, please?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't doing the test that I've proposed, is it?
This is
Exactly.
exactly the test you want to do, isn't it?
No.
Would like to do.
Where's the focus light? Where's the tube? Where's the measurements?
Tube.
Hmm?
Tube. What tube?
Oh,
what
you-
tube are you talking about?
Yeah, where's
Oh,
the measurements to show that it's to
you just said that this was the same test I was going to perform, and it's
What tube
not.
are you talking about?
So
Why
you-
would you need a tube?
So you didn't see the start of the show then? So you didn't see the start of the show then?
I think. Well, I might have come in. I might have come in
she's
before
just
that.
being
Right.
different.
So what is this
She'll
tube?
just
So just
pretend she didn't. She'll pretend she doesn't know what
Just
you're talking about. She'll
explain.
pretend she didn't see the tube. She'll pretend she's. Yeah, she does this every time, just to waste time. It's literally just to waste our time, so we can't talk about doing the tests we want to do, and get it all worked out, so we know, that we're doing everything we possibly can.
What
She just
tube?
wants us to.
Here we go, Brenda.
I don't see a tube. I don't see
Well-
a tube. I see a flashlight.
Oh, okay.
You see a flashlight?
And
He
a
explains.
flashlight.
And what's that? What could that be? What could that be, Brenda? What could that be? If that's a flashlight, what could this be?
That's a drawing of the light coming from the door.
No, it's not.
His diagram, he
Well, then
told
what
you
is
what
it?
it was.
It's
Don't
a
make up
tube.
something else.
It's a.
Why do you need a tube?
I am putting a tube on the end of the flashlight, which is just 1 millimeter, which is just 1 millimeter wider than the objects that I'll be, using for simulating the moon.
Why? Why?
What do you mean?
He
Why?
explained all this.
Yeah. Why?
Because this
Started the video there.
is
Because
your.
of what?
This is going to mimic your model when it's
That's
all
not
put.
our model.
It's going to replicate what the
That's not
effect
our model.
of
It's
the
not
sun's
replicating our
light
model.
has on the moon when it travels the same amount of distance to 7.68 meters to it being 6 centimeters in diameter, the moon. So all that distance that it's going to travel and hit the whiteboard at the back, we will get a shadow, and we will be able to see what the shadow looks like.
The tube is doing nothing. It's not the model.
It's directing, and it's also making sure.
Uses it.
It's making sure that the light, when it leaves this, the torch, doesn't go flying off here, there, and everywhere and bouncing off the walls.
It does anyway.
No,
What
it
are you
won't.
talking about?
It will come through
Yes,
the
it
tube.
does.
It will.
As soon as it
It's
hits
going to
the
be
object,
placed.
It's going to bounce all over the place.
Yes,
No different.
but that's.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, but it's
Where
not going
you
to.
use it.
Yes, but listen, I am trying to limit the amount of light that is escaping and going where I don't want it to go. I want it to be focused
clue what you're
on
doing.
the moon. That's what I want it to be doing.
This tube is
Focused.
useless. It's not the model. You're not doing a test.
This is going to work, and it will give a result.
It will give a result, yes.
And it will give a result, and we will see what it says. And it may well work out that you guys are correct, and we only get a little dot.
You're not testing the globe model because that is not a representation of the sun.
Listen, putting this at this distance is the same as putting a sun-sized object half a mile away, just scaled
so?
differently because
How so?
it scales differently. Scales. So if
How?
Oh my gosh.
yeah, she knows what it is. I think she's just
I know what
trolling.
scale is, but this
Hang
doesn't
on.
have anything-
Pulling fingernails
doesn't
talking
have-
to this thing, I tell you.
Glenn said that he's happy to join soon. He says that Brenda's just blowing off steam.
Yeah.
Did you-
even they know.
Did you get hammered somewhere else before you came here, Brenda?
Must have.
No, not at all.
Oh, no, not at all. No. Just yesterday, and the day before, and the day before.
So this tube is going to do absolutely nothing. It's going to do absolutely nothing. I don't know if it will negatively affect what you're trying to do or not. I think it's going to have almost zero effect.
Okay, well,
It doesn't matter if he uses it. Thank you, Brenda.
let's.
It might or might not, but either way, it's
So let's
it's
just
not the
see.
model.
Let's take
Right. Okay. So hang on. Wait a minute. So there's my little scale.
Why
Right.
don't you play the rest
Hold
of the
on.
video?
Hold on. There's my little scale. So if let's say, because obviously we've got these lines going in here. Let's All right, let's draw a circle first. So I'm going to be a bit of a rumpus here. This is what the rumpus does. You know what he's like. So here's the sun. Let's say that's the sun in the distance. I know it's not to scale, but let's say that that is the sun, just for argument's sake, right? So it wouldn't matter if I put a light source that was this big at that distance, or a light source that was this big at that distance, or a light source that was this big at that distance, or a light source that's this big at that distance. It really doesn't matter, because it all scales. Because when you put,
it does matter.
because when you get the lines and you go in, this is what the Rumpus does. He draws it to the moon, and then it crosses over, and you get your penumbra, and you hold on, just let me finish. So doing it like so, right? Okay, so there's the real sun. So it doesn't really matter as long as you scale it. You know, if I wanted to get a flashlight, no, it doesn't. If I wanted to get a flashlight,
so I don't feel like I have to.
if I wanted to get a flashlight, if I wanted to get a fuck's sake,
then I will. So
you're over talking Ranty, not me. Ranty, you're over talking Ranty. Stop being a bitch.
So Ranty, it makes a difference. It makes a difference how large and how close to the source light the red object is going to be. It will affect the shadow that's cast onto the wall. If you watch the video that you have loaded up and that you don't want to play, I guess, it would demonstrate that.
Now, the only thing I can suspect is why the Globers, you know, people like George, Netanyahu, and yourself, don't want me to perform this test and tell me that it's not going to scale correctly, because it's bloody obvious that it is scaled perfectly. It doesn't matter if you put a flashlight that's ever so slightly bigger than the moon at this right close to it, or you put a gigantic sun over here, you're still going to get the scale. But you guys don't want me to do that. And do you know why? You would say, I want it, if it's 6 centimeters, then yeah, you've got to put this sun and you've got to scale it, and you've got to put this sun half a mile down the road, and then you can do it, because then that's accurate. Because you know that nobody can do. Wait a minute, because you know that nobody can do that. But as soon as somebody thinks out of the box and thinks to themselves, do you know what? How can I get a workaround that works? And this works, right? You guys suddenly don't want to perform the tests. Why is this? Why don't you want to test your model?
Because they're happy in their fantasy, Randy. They don't want anybody showing that it could be a different way. They just want you to just accept our observations and declarations, you know, accept what we taught you in school, shut up, sit down, and don't think outside the box. How dare you? That's their attitude.
So why don't you play the rest of the video? They show you the light source they're using.
You just said that you didn't know what size the light was.
Why aren't you showing it?
I asked you before what size was the light. You said you didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't.
But now you do.
Yes, because I'm watching the video.
Oh my God. So she gave you a link to a video she hadn't even watched.
Yeah.
Had a demonstration that was exactly like yours.
Yeah.
But now she's saying she's only just watching.
Just play it.
Nice catch.
Doesn't matter. I just did what you should have done. I did what you should have done, which is do a simple Google search.
Right, and hold on. Let me just. You see, Gently's.
Lie about anything.
Right.
You did. You said you'd watched it.
Let me.
I never.
Right, okay, so those guys are muted. So Gently's channel just says that the scale on screen is preposterous. I agree, because I even said the scale isn't to scale, it's just for argument's sake. Gently, were you listening to that, or are you just trying to troll? Did I not just draw it on the screen and say, I'm just drawing this here for argument's sake and no, it's not to scale? Or are you just going to come in and try and wind me the fuck up so that I ban you because you're pissing me off with your relentless bullshit when you heard me fucking 10 minutes ago as I started drawing this say it is not to scale and it is just for argument's sake? Is that what you are trying to do? Just wind me up and fill the chat with bollocks?
Gently was talking about the circles, Brenda. You're talking about something else. See, because
you interrupted him so much you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yep.
No, you said it was to scale, Ranty.
I did not say it was to scale. I said no.
It is not to scale.
Nope.
It is not to scale.
We know it's not to scale. Exactly, which is what I said. It's what I said. I said it wasn't to scale, Brenda.
You said it scaled. You said that this
Play the video back. Play the video back and listen.
doesn't scale.
Play the video back.
About the experiment, he's talking about the round circles that he just drew before.
Yeah,
that he said
they're
are
not to scale. They're not to
said
scale.
that.
He said they were to scale. He said they scale.
He said
Yes, he did.
that's the experiment. He said scales. The round circles he drew. He said, "I'm not drawing these to scale." You're
He says
mixing up the
whole
two different
experiment
things.
It's to scale. It's not to scale.
The experiment. We're not talking about the experiment.
She's here to troll. She's here to.
The round circles.
The round circles
Oh
are
my
part of
God.
what he's talking about.
She's here to troll. She's here to troll.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't be that dense.
So play the
You
rest
really
of the
can't
play it.
be.
Play the rest of the video.
You're here to troll, Brenda, aren't you?
No, play it. Play the rest.
You're
of the
here
video.
to troll.
Yeah,
No, I'm
she's
not.
here to troll.
I'm telling you the absolute
That's
truth.
just ridiculous. You drew that first big circle and said, "Now I'm not drawing this to scale."
You know, I am trying. Listen, I'm literally doing the work for you guys, trying to replicate your bullshit.
I found the video.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
You hadn't even seen it.
It's not analogous.
You hadn't even seen it.
You did not.
You hadn't even seen it.
Have
Play
you
the
watched
video.
it when you hadn't?
Play the video. Play it.
You hadn't even seen it.
No.
You hadn't even seen it.
Yep, she hadn't even seen it. Don't do anything.
Hello, Brenda. Brenda, I mean Paige. No, I just ended the call with her and then just started a new one because we were going nowhere with that. I'd rather bring Glenn in. At least we can have a chat with Glenn if he's around.
Discussion with Brenda literally just wants to argue. She does not want to progress this movement way, either towards the ball or towards some other model. She just wants you to stay what, believe what you've been told. Don't think about it. Don't look at anything else. Just believe what the men in white coats told you. That's all you need to do.
Hello, Ruff. How's it going?
Hello. Good. Just got someone here that I've. Well, hey, Monkey. Hang on, camera off.
Yeah. Don't worry. Nobody. You're not on cam.
That's all right. No, I've got a guy here measuring up a door. Yeah, so I've written what I wanted to say anyway in the chat. So we agree that doing this experiment to scale of the Sun, Earth, Moon is impossible, right? Do we agree with that?
Doing it to scale of the Sun, to scale, yeah. So everything in its exact size and distances apart, I would have to say that it's pretty much impossible, yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we should do,
which is why I thought of a workaround.
Yeah. I'll get to that in a second. So what we should do is like a completely different experiment with different size balls and whatever, different size lights, just to verify that the maths works. Right?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay. So if the maths works, then we can apply it mathematically to the proper scale of the solar system.
Well, you've got to remove the variables, the light that's bouncing off any walls. Like I said, that's why I suggested the tube, just to the, if we were doing it inside.
I could get it.
All right.
What do you want on?
But they will also want you to apply it mathematically to the solar system at the size that they say it is. So you also need to apply it to what we think the sun could be, rather than, just the ball model. You've got to sort of do it emulating a small close sun as well as a large far sun.
Yeah, the drawing that I've done, with the pipe and what have you, and just giving some guesstimates there. I'm assuming that the diameter of the flashlight's going to be about 6 centimeters or so. But once I've done that particular test, I'm going to scale it down. So what I'll do is I'll get the the objects, the moon and what have you, a little bit smaller, and I'll move the beam back, the flashlight back, because it says that this apparently has got up to 1,000 meters of light. So this 120,000 lumens. They say that the beam, you can see it, or you can see an object 1,000 meters away. So I don't think obviously that's
you're not going to have
in exceptional circumstances. But if I can go as far away as 50 meters, let's say, I might be able to scale it down, with still getting something, that'll, appease the globers, so do a few different scales. As long as it's to scale, I'm not too fussed. It's just about getting that balance between. I mean, the 2mm versus the 8mm, which was the ones that I'd decided before. Ruff was quite correct when he messaged me and he said, "Look, you're never going to see that shadow. A 2 meter moon, and a 2mm moon and an 8mm Earth. You're never going to see that shadow on it. It's too small to detect.
Pinprick.
Yeah. So.
Are you going to do it at night as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best option.
At least sort of.
And do it outside as well. Yeah, do it outside as well.
Do it outside. Yeah, because the sun's outside, so.
Yeah, well.
You want to do as much the same as you possibly can.
Joe Kovac says, "What's the purpose of the demonstration?" Well, it's really just to see what that shadow size is. And if it can be measured.
Shadow smaller, don't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, they say that the moon casted a 70 mile in diameter shadow, right? Here's my issue, right? Is that when you've got it the other way around and the Earth is casting a shadow over the moon, right? The Earth envelops all of the moon, right?
The whole moon.
So when you flip that around and then you've got the moon casting a shadow on the Earth, suddenly
it makes it smaller.
It's only 70 miles wide. So it's lost 97% or thereabouts of its total diameter. It's lost
and how do they think
but yet the Earth retains it.
All you've done is swap all you've done is swap one body for another, so you've just swapped the Earth for the moon or the moon for the Earth, and you're still using the same sun, you're still using the same configuration of 3 planets in a row or 3 bodies in a row. So why is it so different for the moon compared to the Earth? It should be the same.
Look, all it is, and the Globers don't seem to understand this, is that flat earthers need to see results. Globers are quite happy to live in mathematics. They're quite happy to live in that realm. That for them works.
Yes. Maths is reality for them.
We're more practical. We like to see things. We like to feel things, touch things. We like to,
to use it. Yeah.
The Globers are quite happy to just imagine it.
They live in their head, we live in our hands.
Yes, and if they imagine it and it works for them, that's happy. We like to see it, we like to do it. But I've had a lot of pushback on this for some reason. It's like a lot of Globers don't want to see this test,
Yeah, I'm not surprised, because they're thinking, how the hell are we going to explain away what he finds? How are we going to explain that he can never get a shadow that's way smaller than the object that's casting it? Like, they're already thinking of, what excuse are we going to have to come up with of why they see this? Just like with everything else, there's always an excuse. An excuse of why we don't see Coriolis, an excuse of why we see too far, and it's always just excuses.
Well, we'll measure the Umbra, see what it comes up at, and I mean, I have a feeling, like I say, I don't think it's going to scale to their minuscule scale, which they're claiming, this 70 miles. I just can't see that. I might be completely wrong, but we just need to test it.
Go either way, don't we?
Just test it. It's not a big deal. Test it, see what happens.
And for some reason, it is a big deal for them.
Hmm? Joe Kovac says...
What does it even matter?
What do you mean?
Renty, what did he say?
No, it's just...
What does it even matter what shape the Earth is? Like, they get their knickers in such a knot over it maybe not being a globe flying through space. It's like, so what? If you already think you know everything, how boring is life going to be? You know, oh, my teacher already told me that. They already know this. It's like, oh. No, I'd rather you go, hang on, no, that doesn't quite work. I'd like to see if there's some other way to make this work.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yep, we can hear you.
Good. What was I going to say? Yeah, so do an experiment that is, you know, not at the same scale as the solar system, so completely different, just to work out that the maths is correct, and then apply the math to the scaled solar system. So you can't do what you were doing before in that scaling the sun in its angular size closer to the moon. That
Why?
will work for the umbra, but it won't work for the penumbra.
Why would you say that?
Well, as you drew it on
Where's the ambient light? Okay, so the light that passes the moon, where's that bouncing back and finding its way back to the Earth? How's that not affect? You know, so all this extra light that's disappearing from the sun. Why is it? You know, how are you saying that's not going to have an effect on it?
It doesn't hit anything.
No, it doesn't. It pisses
off into space.
Exactly. Hello.
Yeah, on the Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it just goes off into space. It doesn't carry. You know, it's not there to be bounced back off walls and stuff. Which is why I'm making.
Brenda
which is
say that it did bounce.
Yeah, which is why you need to test it with to try and eliminate all the little variables.
Oh, you're talking about the tube. Yeah, don't bother with the tube really. Just get a decent.
No, I'm quite happy. I'm happy to do that
Do it
with the tube.
both, Renty. Do it with it and without it. Do it.
Okay, so this is not to scale either, right? So I'm going to share my screen in a second, and I've got a question for you, Ruhif, seeing as you're here. Now, I'll say this again for Gently's channel, who's going to ask, that's not to scale. Oh, that's not to scale. Yeah, no, it's not. Hello. Right, okay, so I'm sharing my screen right now, yeah?
Yep.
So, this is not to scale for everybody's, that's going to say it's not to scale. But my question is this. When the moon casts the shadow on the Earth, apparently, it only casts a 70-mile diameter shadow, right? However, when you swap things around and you put the Earth casting a shadow over the moon, then all the moon disappears because of the shadow from the Earth. But it's only about four times. It's only 4 times different. The Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon.
I'll tell you what you do.
Go on, tell us what we do.
Right, so remove the moon from that situation.
Right, hang
Just
on.
move the moon away, out of the screen. Okay, now draw the umbra. So from
By the way, this is not to scale, so.
No, it's fine. It's
Well,
fine.
I'd rather have it to. In fact, I'd rather the Rumpus came in to demonstrate. I don't want to do this on the fly with it not to scale because I know that the angles are so tiny. I mean, they're almost level. I mean, this isn't almost level.
My GeoGebra to scale.
Yes,
diagram.
if you want to do that, and you show me how the Earth then casts that shadow, that'd be great.
No, mine's a solar eclipse. I'd need to work on it to make it a lunar.
Ah, right, okay.
I think
See,
the Earth one is the one that's right. It blocks out the hot because it makes a big shadow. It's the other way around that we're finding hard to reconcile because it's smaller.
Listen, if the Earth,
move the moon.
Hang on,
Move the moon just to the top of the screen somewhere.
I've not got the. Hang on, wait. Well, let me set it up. So here's the moon, right? So do it smaller than that.
Now, just with the sun and the Earth, draw the umbra lines.
Just with the sun and the Earth.
Yep, just with the sun and the Earth, draw the umbra lines to the point where they stop.
Yeah, but
so not just to the Earth.
Yeah, but it's
past the Earth until they intersect.
Yeah, I know, but it's still not to scale. So this seems to me like an absolute pointless.
It's red herring.
Yeah, because it's not going to work.
But
this isn't scaled.
Bigger than that little
there we
moon.
go. Okay.
You know, so this isn't going to. Yeah, go on.
I'm just demonstrating that there is a point where there is no umbra.
Right.
Okay, so stick the moon somewhere where it's inside the whole of the umbra.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now. They're showing us diagrams where that's what's happening. We're saying that we want to see that that's actually what happens.
Yep.
There you go.
We'll do that mathematically.
Yeah.
Right. So that's in full eclipse, right?
Yes.
If the moon was further away, if it was just, let's say it was really, really close to where that.
Okay, so yeah, let's have it like there. Okay, so it's right on the tippy tops. Yep.
Still full eclipse.
Yep.
Right.
And anything more, yeah, we know this. But
so
when
the shadow gets smaller, right?
So apparently on this side, it only casts a 70 mile, but the Earth casts it all over. Not a chance. It's only 4 times. No, and these aren't as severe as this. Bigger. These angles aren't as severe as that. They're almost straight. The lines are almost parallel. You know, so you've got nearly parallel lines, like say so, like that, right? Almost parallel. And you're telling me that the sun, the moon, the Earth can cast a full shadow over the Earth, but it can the moon can only cast a 70-mile diameter shadow on. No, I want to see that demonstrated.
I don't accept that.
I don't accept that. I want to see it demonstrated.
I'll work on the.
Why don't you want to see it demonstrated, Ruff? Why are you happy to just accept what you see in a drawing? Why don't you want to see it?
Again,
that's what I'm telling you guys.
Listen, I may be wrong.
Is to verify the maths.
I don't know. I may be wrong, but it doesn't make sense to me.
And make out like it's funny that we're testing it.
You can see here that the shadow, the umbra, comes to a point. You can see that it comes to a point. If you stick the Earth.
We're talking about when the moon's in front, in between the sun and the Earth.
Yes, but you can see either way, it's going to come to a point.
Yeah, but it doesn't come to a point before the Earth, does it? It comes to a point after the Earth.
Yeah, only a tiny bit.
So how are you getting a smaller shadow before the Earth?
Because it comes to a zero shadow, not far past the Earth.
We want to see this demonstrated.
I can draw it.
Right, go ahead. If you can draw that. No. To be honest, I want to see his drawing first. To see if it scales, and then I'm still going to perform a test, and I want to see if it performs in reality. But I have a feeling when you try to scale it, that it's not going to scale.
It does.
It amazes me that they carry on, that we never do any tests. We never go and figure these things out. And then as soon as you come up with a test, they're all going, "Oh, this is going to make no difference. Why? Oh, ha ha ha! Why are you doing this?"
So
it's like what?
So Gently's channels.
Fucking story straight.
Gently's channels give a super chat, £5 super chat. It says, in that scale, a millimetre could be thousands of miles. My only point was, if the scale isn't exact, the test won't prove anything. Not trying to troll Ranty. Well, I appreciate that, Gently. I hope that you maybe listened to the start of the show. If you haven't, maybe listen to how I explained it then. You might understand where I'm coming from. I'm just trying to bring the sun scale closer without affecting the moon to the Earth's distance. And all I'm trying to do is recreate it without having to actually scale it and place the sun half a mile away, because that's almost impossible to actually do that. So I'm trying to do a workaround here that works. Thank you for the super chat as well. And I'm a little bit touchy. As you can probably tell.
Those lines should be nearly parallel, not.
Yeah, it's not to scale.
Oh,
we agree that we can't do this to scale properly,
so then.
Right? Hang on, wait a minute. Did you say that you?
What good is it then?
Hang on. What do you mean that's? No, Ruff. That's not. Oh, come on, really, man?
Yeah,
this
come
is
on.
purely to demonstrate. You go see where I'm
You're going to
pointing.
draw the line nearly parallel when you've got the moon on the other side of the Earth. You're going to draw the line nearly parallel. Like, really? Come on, Ruff.
You want this done to scale? I can't do it to scale right now.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I drew anyway, as well. To be fair,
no, but that's what I'm trying to say is this point here where I'm pointing, where the lines intersect.
Yeah.
If that's where the surface of the Earth is, you've got a 0 miles wide umbra.
Yeah, yeah.
If the Earth is a little bit closer, you've got a 70 mile wide umbra.
And when you swap it around,
you want then you've just got a bigger.
You've got an Earth that covers the entire moon.
Yes.
Yes. You're not getting it, are you? Okay, so So in your model here, right? So put your Earth in. Just put your Earth on the tippy toes of that cross section. You know, so where it's just starting to form the shadow. Yeah. That's it, right? So in your demonstration here, right? Okay. What you've got is that the moon has lost about probably close to 95-97% of its diameter. It's lost its shadow, right? But when you swap it around and you just flip them around, you put the moon in that spot and you put the Earth in the other spot, right? If the moon,
4 times bigger shadow.
wait a minute. Well, hang on, wait a minute. If the Earth also lost 97% of its size,
that's not how you do it. I will do it properly.
Or even if it lost its size, it wouldn't cover the moon. It wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but it doesn't lose its size at the same rate.
Why?
I will have to draw it for you. I can't do it now.
So what's the sun is about what? I think the sun is about 106 times the diameter of the.
Actually, hang on. No, I think I can explain it now with words.
Of the Earth. With words, right? Okay.
Right. So because the moon is smaller, it's the point at which those lines cross will be shorter. Do we agree with that?
Doesn't matter. The distance is the same.
Yeah, but when you've got something bigger.
Moon on that side or that side.
When you've got something bigger and you swap it around, that distance at which they cross is longer.
Where they meet. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. That's a bigger shadow.
Yeah, but what we're saying, it might be bigger, but what we're saying is that it's way bigger.
Yes.
Like it might, but we're saying we don't think that would be the case.
And prove us wrong. I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I really am. If Rumpus was here and he came on and he brought his, that model out that he's got where it's super, super fine and he's scaled it out properly. If he comes along and he places the Earth where the moon is and then he swaps it over and he puts the moon where the Earth is and then he draws those same lines and what do you know? The shadow covers all of the moon.
Yes.
Okay. I'll hold my hands up and say,
cool.
Okay.
Do you want me to do GeoGebra or just a drawing?
No, I want it to scale.
Okay, GeoGebra. All right. Cool. I'll do that today sometime. I have to go, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
It's been fun. Like 10 minutes. Anyway, catch you later. See you.
Catch you later. Yeah. Hey, right. Who?
Very interesting.
Well, if Travis wants to come on, he's lurking. Let's see if he's around. Let's try and bring him in because he may be able to plug the work that we've been doing the past couple of days. Let's see if he's around.
They'd make up their minds of whether they want us testing things or whether they don't. They want us testing things until we come up with a test, and then they say, oh no, that won't work. Why can't you just accept what we're saying, what we're showing you on these drawings?
I mean, I remember a time when they used to say to us, go out and go down to the beach and take photographs. So you did. And then it was, okay, now you need to go lower. So you went lower and you see further. Like, no, don't go lower, go higher.
1 millimetre above the ocean, and now it's, no, you need to get higher.
Now it's
be up the top of a mountain.
Now it's do no tests. Don't do any tests whatsoever. We've had enough now. We can't cope.
Why it all looks so flat.
We can't cope with this. It's driving us nuts. All these proofs coming out. But look, listen. As I say, this is something that the Globers could have done. They could have, but there could be a video out there that shows this exact point. What I'm asking for, scale. Rumpus could do it. He could be a celebrity YouTuber by putting this video out, which I've just asked. Show flat earthers how the 70-mile wide shadow from the moon, and then how the Earth is also able to, from the same distance, obviously, envelop all of the moon. Show us that. You know, put a video together. 15-minute video. You know.
Yeah. Rather than just saying, "Oh, you're stupid," you know, "Oh, you're an idiot." Like, just get it over and done with. Just show us it can happen that way, and we'll drop it. Easy.
You know, but don't be telling us not to do the tests. You know, I mean, a lot of people were saying don't do the, on my community post, don't do the test. Why? Why don't do the? Yeah, somebody else has demonstrated. A globe earther has put, a plate up to a wall and moved it away, and that demonstrates it. So that's proof. Somebody moving a plate away from a wall is the same as the test that I've just put forth, which is going to eliminate all the variables, which is going to be more to scale, which is going to create the same focused light that the sun's rays would be getting, because they're almost coming in parallel from the sun. So I'm creating parallel light rays with a 120,000 lumen flashlight. I'm scaling it. I'm trying to recreate the same effects by eliminating all the variables to try and get a result. But don't do that. No, just stick a plate to a wall. Hold a plate to a wall and then say, yeah, that proves it.
That'll do.
It's a bit like sticks in the ground. Oh, put a stick in the ground. Yeah. You know, don't do anything other than that.
Think of anything different. Yeah. Don't consider that, if you've got a smaller, closer sun, it will give you the same answer. So don't think of that. And how when you're sitting in a room that's painted a darkish colour, or even like a matte colour or something, and you turn a light on, you get that soft glow, but in a hospital room or something where it's bright white walls, you get a really bright glow.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that white background wasn't bouncing any light back is just ludicrous. Of course it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course it is.
Exactly.
She literally just wanted to argue. It's like if I had said the sky was blue, she would have gone, "No, it's not. It's red. You're just colourblind."
Well, I've got to commend Blue Marble Science, who has just said in the chat now, I know he does his own videos, so he said he's happy to AutoCAD it. Brilliant.
Oh.
If you can do a video, email me, ranty@rantyflatearth.com, and I will show it on my channel, and I'll say, "Hey guys, Blue Marble Science has done what we asked," and this is what it shows.
I think we don't want, we'll do anything to get away from seeing a globe proof, and that's just not true. It doesn't matter in the end which one it is, what it actually is. We just want the truth.
We've been asking for years for guys like Blue Marble Science, like Georgie Hanetanuk, to go out and do tests, do stuff, right? Now I know that George has been out and he's done his, experiments over the lakes and stuff, so I know that he's actually done that. But we're asking for these so-called YouTube celebrity stars from the globe side to go out and back their model up. Because all they're doing at the moment is putting videos out that seem to mock flat earthers. They're not actually doing the tests that we're asking for that will back their claims up. But lo and behold, a flat earther comes up with a couple of tests that may or may not get a result for them, right? And suddenly it's don't do it. Suddenly it's don't do it. I tried to and prove looming. That's their claim. Nobody's been able to demonstrate it, so I've got to do it my frigging self. I'm a flat earther here. I shouldn't be doing your tests for you, right? I shouldn't be having to do this. Just because you say that things are loomed up behind Earth curve doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case, because I've never seen it with my own eyes ever, and I don't think anybody's ever seen something loomed up from beyond Earth curve. Prove me wrong. Go and create a test that does it.
On a mainstream news show like CBS or one of those mainstream ones,
they showed a picture of the skyline, and he had one of those magnifying lens things, and he was showing how when you look through the atmosphere, it's working like a magnifying lens, and it distorts what you're seeing, and they literally show how the bottom of it is cut off because of this magnifying effect. And the guy, this scientist, in his little white coat and everything, saying, yeah, the atmosphere works like a lens. Like, yeah, no duh, there's water in the atmosphere. What does water do?
Well, here's the thing, yeah. I started this show over a year ago now. And if you've seen the introduction, you've seen how it all, fairness to all, bring your proofs, etc., etc., etc. I've played that on every single stream. There must be 150 videos, streams that I've done on this particular format, asking Globers to come in, show us their proofs, bring in their experiments, bring in their tests. Not a single one of them has come in with it. They've come in with, moon landing stuff and old regurgitated refraction and stuff like this, but nothing demonstrated. Nobody's come in with a test.
No actual...
Yeah. Nobody's walked in and said, hey, I've put this test together and, show it. And now we can debate it, This is what I hope the platform was all to be. And yeah, I am getting frustrated. I've been doing this for over a year, and all it seems to be is the Globers are happy to sit in chat and just mock. They're not happy to get off their arse and do anything. And when you suggest doing stuff, you get ridiculed for it, because they're too lazy to do it themselves. Because they haven't got the capacity to think out of the box. How can I perhaps maybe recreate a situation that will give me an effect of looming? What can I do to do that? So I think out of the box and I go and have to do it myself, because you guys haven't done it. And you've had every opportunity to come on here and provide us with the proof. People turn up to watch the show. They turn up in the expectation that the Globers are finally going to come up with the proof. Why do you think we ridicule you guys? Because you don't bring the proofs. And it's not me I'm not just saying this to be a twat or something. I'm saying it because it is kind of frustrating that you put all this work in, trying to encourage the Globers to actually do something. And the only thing they can come back with is mocking videos rather than demonstrations. Yes. Yeah. Get off your asses and prove your claims. It's very simple, or you're always going to be just a troll in the chat. It's as simple as that. Maybe Pete Shea's right. He could be, that everyone's just actors and everyone's just here to do this, that and the other,
Yeah, seeming more and more that he is correct, because I'm not seeing any different behaviour from any of these people like Sean Hawkins or any of these guys that just sit and absolutely ridicule you till the cows come home, say things about your children, say things about your education. They're literally complete strangers. You don't know them from a bar of soap, but they think they know everything about you because you've decided to not accept what mainstream has told you and say, oh, no, I'd like to see if this can work any other way. For some reason, in their heads, that deserves absolute ridicule. And to me, that is so childish. It blows me away. It's taken, I've been here for 4 years now, and even the proofs that are, you can work on both, even then they don't actually model it out and show you. There's no globe model with running water on it and planets flying around it, but we've got a flat Earth model with a dome over it with little lights inside, and and then they have the cheek to say, well, where's your model? So, well, hang on, you guys don't have a friggin' model either. You've got all these separate models that you say work together, but you never want to show us them working together.
Shout out to Cleary in the chat. We've got a quiet panel here tonight. It's just me and Paige. If you want to hop on whilst it's available and quiet to come on and have a chat. Subscribe to Cleary as well. Does his own tests, does his own experiments, thoughts experiments, and all kinds of stuff. You know, head on over and give him a subscription if you haven't already. Yeah, I mean,
some good little videos that are a bit thought-provoking, you know.
Yeah, I love listening to his.
How to think about things differently.
So, Be Bold for Life says, I sent you my video on how star trails work on a ball. That's very nice. If I wanted to watch your videos, I would go to your channel and watch your video. I'm sure that if my audience wanted to see videos of how star trails work on a ball, they would go to your channel. Or you could bring a presentation and present it as a presentation in a presentation format and go through it and educate us dumb flat earthers here that don't understand your model, you know, come on and tell us about it. Don't just tell me that you've put a Star Trails, you know, video out so that people will go over and subscribe to you without it just meaning anything. Come on and enter the debate. You talk a lot of stuff, you send me lots of stuff in the Skype call, but you never actually join the call. Jump on, tell everybody. You know, don't just be saying stuff in the chat to try and send people over to your channel so they'll go and subscribe to you. You know, come on, if you really care about it, come on the show and present your stuff and tell us how you figured it all out, what programs you used, how much time and effort you put into it. You know, let people know that you care. You know, at the end of the day, that's what we want. We're not here to be arseholes. We're not nasty people. We're normal, everyday human beings. So don't treat us and mock us like idiots. Jump on and show us. We've been asking for years. Why do you think Nathan Oakley's got?
To get angry at them.
Why do you think Nathan Oakley's got? And you know, me and Nathan Oakley not getting on. Never going to get on in future. That's it. We're done. But I'll hold my hand up and say he's got his housekeeping questions out there, and he puts his housekeeping questions out every single day. Do you guys address them? Do you make a video addressing a specific point of his housekeeping questions? You know, and really take some time on it and not mock it. Don't cut things out and pretend that you're some kind of smart ass. Literally do a nice, really worked out presentation. Yeah, conspiracy cats. But he's kind of funny.
I can't believe it, taking things out of context. But I mean, he did a video on Kaufman and was taking a soundbite where he said Cox postulates, and he would stop it after he said we're going to talk about Cox, and he'd stop it and then look, look, and then we're going to talk about Cox and look all funny again. It's like, are you 12? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but they won't discuss anything in an adult manner. It has to either be ridiculed or have sound bites taken out of context and made fun of, or you know, whatever. There can never be a rational discussion between adults about this.
Sean Hawkins says, I've addressed all of his questions on my channel. I do in his chat every morning. Do you?
I've seen Sean's answers. Oh my god.
When you say you've addressed his questions, right, to be honest, Sean, I haven't seen any of your work recently, so I don't know if you've actually put anything into your work. I don't know if you've actually put a proper video together and, you know, spent some time editing it out and doing some animations and stuff like that. I don't know if you've done that. Or if you're just talking there, I don't know. I don't know how you're addressing his questions because, you know, I mean, I think his questions need more than just a quick comment in the side chat.
They need to be discussed.
Yes, they need to be an in-depth. Exactly.
You can't just shout, you stupid flat earthers, can't you see it's looming? And then just run away. It's like, no, we need a back and forth. That's why you need to be on the show talking to us, not just shouting at us from the comment section. We're not going to pay any attention to any of you keyboard warriors that shout from the chat room. Yeah. You're nobodies to us. We don't know you. You don't join the shows. You don't offer anything other than, you know, sitting in your armchair shouting obscenities at us. You are of no consequence, literally. None.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to bring anybody in on this show. If they've got a presentation, they can take over the show for the entire stream. That's what I said at the start of this this format when I first did it. You come in and you literally own your own stuff. Whatever you come in, you sit on the you do your presentation, you take questions from the audience, and that's your show. I won't intersect, I won't say don't say this and don't say that. But you have an opportunity to come in, and you have an opportunity to come in and say, this is why this is Coriolis, and this is how we prove Coriolis, or something else. This is why we have a molten iron core, and this is how we've proved it, and then you will take the questions, and you will take the questions from the flat earthers that will come back and say, well, okay, if you're going to say P waves and S waves, then what about this, and what about that, and they're counter arguments to your argument. So just because you've got this
counter arguments, that's the whole point.
Indoctrination, because you were told that P waves and S waves prove that we have a molten iron core, like a little robot, and you don't think anything of it until you're challenged on it and say, well, how do the P waves and the S waves interact with the terrain? How do they do that? What terrain doesn't?
They got it all wrong.
Yeah,
they dug that. They literally got all the levels wrong.
Until you acknowledge that there are issues with that type of experiments or tests to validate your claims, until you acknowledge that there are issues with that, right? Flat earthers are going to keep asking the same questions. Prove that there's a molten iron core.
Be adult about it.
Yeah. Don't just turn around and go, P waves, S waves, P waves, S waves, and stick your fingers in your ear and do a dance. That isn't going to cut it, This is why, we get frustrated, because we're here, we're asking the questions, and we're not getting the response that we expect from a civil discourse. And I'll be honest, here, you can come in, and if you want to come in and you want to just bring your presentation, you will have absolute free reign to do what you like. That's what I've said from day one, and I've proved that on multiple times.
No one else was here.
Proved
it.
If
they want to be by themselves, then they can. Just have questions afterwards.
I've proved it on multiple times. I've had Globers come in. I think the very first presentation was by Gem Panda, who came in. And then there was that other guy. He was on the show a couple of days ago, actually. Crow XE. He came in. Again, loads of Globers have been in and done presentations and taken questions, but they haven't brought their own tests, and they've not realised that all they've done is bring in regurgitated stuff that has been debunked. Or if they've not been debunked, they've at least been seriously challenged, right? And those questions still remain open. They're still there. Those arguments against what they've presented are still there and unanswered, and they're not addressing them. And I suppose if you think out of the box and you've got your own speciality, let's say your one speciality is the Starlink train. Let's suppose that's your one speciality. Well, okay, if you've got the goods, bring the goods to the table and show everybody, and be prepared to meet pushback. Be prepared for that. Don't just run away and obfuscate the point. And like the Rumpus does, he comes in and he just obfuscates the point. Brenda's saying, it's time wasting. You're not getting anywhere. I want to come in, and of course, I need to have a show. That's what my channel is. I'm hoping to. I need guests to come in, obviously, right? But on the other side of the coin, I don't want it to just be a show that's just got no content. I need people coming in with arguments. And you Globers can run away and you can go and sit on your own little channel somewhere else, and you can go listen to Fight the Flat Earth or whoever's doing a live stream at the time, right? And you can feel very happy there and contented. It's like you go into church and you're just listening to the same stuff, and it makes you feel warm inside. And then you come to a Flat Earthers channel, and all of a sudden, you're meeting resistance, and you're
being challenged.
And your response to that is to start being a troll in the chat and start typing bullshit and then ridiculing rather than addressing the points, because you're just not listening that we have serious questions to your supposed proofs, and you're just not listening to this. It's like it goes in and it goes out, you know, and we're asking here.
In one ear and out the other.
Yeah. We're asking.
It's like the ISS. They say, you know, that a light in the sky, that proves I can see this light in the sky, I can see it travel across the sky, it travels across the sky at the same time that they say it's supposed to, all this kind of shit. But we go, well, prove that's the ISS. How do I know that's not just a light that they've gone, oh, hang on, that light goes across the sky every night, we could use that light. We'll just say the ISS goes at the same speed that goes. Yeah, because you've got no video evidence of it being assembled in space. Hello?
Hello?
Who's that?
Who's who?
Oh, I heard somebody say hello. Didn't you hear that?
I didn't hear that. I did try to add the... I tried to add the...
guy's voice say hello.
He's behind you.
Oh my god.
It's...
yeah, but...
It's,
you know,
Tony.
they have no actual proof that that's what... It's Toady, is it?
No, Tony.
Oh, fucking hell.
He's behind you.
You made me look too. Oh shit. But you know what I mean? Like they have no actual proof of it being assembled in space. Okay, so they made all the bits on the ground and then that was it. You know, prove to me that those things actually went up into space, were assembled in space and are still there. And I don't see anything wrong with asking for that kind of proof. I don't want to just believe what I'm told, you know, without thinking twice. How does that make you an adult? How does that make you, you know, have any kind of mental or spiritual growth as a person to just go, oh, okay, to everything you're told?
Yeah, Rumpus is in chat. He says, how can you claim I obfuscated? That is insane. I offered a whole range of arguments and evidence. Don't you remember? And then he says, George Netanyahu, I think you must have upset Ranty. Nah, I'm just
That was the man's voice.
Was it?
Oh, I've got Discord. Can you not hear him, Ranty?
Who?
Okay, so it must be you that can't hear in Discord, because I can hear somebody else who's talking in Discord at the moment.
Yeah, but you could hear me, but they can't hear you.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the hell's going on. That's very strange, because somebody's saying, yeah, it's me in Discord, I'm in Discord. Might be like East the Doctor or something, or Bungie. Somebody else called Bungie in there.
Okay, Rumpus says, are you upset that your model of the solar system was so poor? I presented the correct model to you and you still didn't understand. Rumpus, I said that I understand your argument. I just don't believe that that's how reality works. You know, there's a difference between...
Again. You have to start out with being nasty. It's like, well...
There's a difference between showing some lines and saying this is what the shadows will do, and actually performing a test that validates whether the shadows actually do that. And let me just say, well, actually, I mean, I don't know if the Rumpus wants to join. I mean, I don't know if I can be bothered, but it's one of them. I'm 50-50. I'm in a bad mood, so maybe it's probably better he doesn't join.
Yeah, I'm a bit cranky this morning too, so it's probably better he doesn't. Oh.
Well, I'm just waiting.
They really do need to stop with all this, you know, peer pressure, insults, and, you know, just talk like an adult.
So Brenda wants to come back in again. She says,
No.
Hang on, let me just say, invite me back in. I will be civil this time, okay?
She doesn't know how to be civil. Even after she said to Nathan, I won't type in hello morons anymore in chat because you said you will call me a she. She literally did it again. only like a couple of days later.
I don't know what Rumpus means when he says you don't understand the geometry of eclipses.
We understand your geometry, yes.
Yeah,
we
how does we actually we did ask you to go away and tell us if the moon loses essentially 97% of its diameter, it's cast just a 70-mile wide diameter shadow on the Earth, then how, when you just flip them around and the Earth is now the object blocking the moon, so well casting the shadow over the moon, how it casts the entire shadow over all of the moon from the same distance when it's only 4 times bigger. So, you know, we asked you to do that, and I don't know whether you've come back to tell us that you've actually modelled that or something. If you have, you're more than welcome to join. I actually want to see that.
Ranty, if you want to bring Brenda back on, I've got to go and make a cuppa and go outside for a smoke, so you're
No, thanks. I'd rather hold it down on my own for tonight. I don't think Brenda's willing. She's in one of those moods, isn't she?
She is a bit in one of those moods, yeah.
Alright, so the Rumpus says, okay, I have done the maths and the diagram. Right, okay, so I guess then if you want to go and have your smoke, I'll bring the Rumpus in and we'll see what his...
yeah, brilliant, alright.
What his diagram shows. Right, so, hi Rumpus.
Hello, hold on, myself organised.
So, yeah, it's no worries.
Hello.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to. I'll let you do your presentation if you've got something to present. If you want to.
I do actually. Yeah, I did after that last one because you asked me to go. I said it was 3 o'clock in the morning or something when I left you, and I did say you presented me with this issue as to why it wasn't in proportion the shadow of the moon on the Earth as opposed to a solar eclipse, and then the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Why that was so much bigger. Even though they're only difference in size by a factor, whatever it is it a factor of 4? The difference in radius, I can't remember, between the Earth and the Moon.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got a diagram actually that will explain this, and next day I did actually go away and do this and then work out what was going on, and the numbers I came back with were correct. Let me show you. Okay. Let me just close some things down. Is that going? Let me just check.
Okay. I'll be back in 30 seconds myself.
Okay. Let me just share this. Share my screen. Share application windows. Right. Why isn't that gone? There we go. Right. Here we go. Right. Yeah, I mean, for people remember last time, Ranty didn't understand that the consequence. I had to explain to him how, with a non-parallel light rays, you end up with a small shadow on the umbra of the moon. Is smaller than the moon, and it took me, if people remember from what it was a week or so ago, it took me about 10 minutes to get Ranty to understand what the hell. I don't think he actually did in the end, even then, how that works.
Rumpus, quit with the you're not inside Ranty's head, so you can't say whether he did or didn't understand. You can say I explained it to him the best to my ability, but you've got to stop with this.
Well, he didn't understand.
He doesn't understand.
Well, he didn't.
We do understand what you're saying. We just don't agree. It's totally different.
No, he didn't understand.
Right, hang on. What have I missed? Okay,
nothing. No, I haven't really got anywhere.
Him ad homing you.
Well,
just completely being a total arsehole and saying
If
I
you,
tell you in the chat how he
I
spent
said you
all
did-
this time explaining it to you, and you didn't understand.
Yeah, that's all I
The
said.
Normal ad hom crap. Can't be an
Anyways.
adult. Can't have an adult discussion.
I think, Paige, you've demonstrated you've got the problem there. Right, so here's the situation. Here is the, and I've got the maths and everything for this. So this is the situation.
Yes, I have a problem with you assuming he doesn't understand. Absolutely.
Right, so here's the situation. This diagram is not to scale. If you remember from last week, I did actually show you a to scale diagram, and I can bring it up again if that's still a problem.
yes, I'd like you to bring that up and place the sun, sorry, the Earth and the Moon, and flip them around and then draw the lines on there. That's what I'd like you to do.
Well, I'm not going to draw it to scale because it's just impossible to do that.
Well, you've done it for the other. You've done it for the Moon casting the shadow
right,
on the Earth.
Oh, right, actually, I see. Right, sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
just flip it around.
Oh, God, well,
That's it. It's dead easy. It's
no,
like,
it's not that easy.
well,
No,
that's
it's not
what I
that-
asked you to do.
Well, okay. Well, I'm giving you the maths of it. Well, I'm not drawing it to scale.
Yeah, but that's just
That
I want to
makes it-
see the diagram. You love
Well,
diagrams.
Okay, well, I haven't done that, I'm afraid. I've just done the maths for it and shown you a non-scale diagram to show how it works, because that is a precision. That drawing that you dismissed as BS at one point is a precision diagram, and I would have to. And fiddling with it is quite tricky because to get the numbers exactly right. Whereas I can do the non-scale diagram here and show you the maths and how it comes out with the correct answers.
Yeah, no, but I'd rather just, to be honest, can I just finish? We saw your diagram that you did to scale, and it looked really impressive. The amount of work that you put into that was exceptional. So brilliant, well done. Now all I want to say is you flip them around, put the Earth where the Moon is, the Moon where the Earth is, and draw the lines in. I mean, it's all you've got it all scaled out. I mean, it could only take you 5 minutes.
No, it wouldn't. It'd take me longer than that because getting the size of that thing, the shadow all correct is actually quite a fiddly thing. It would take me about 15 minutes, but anyway, I've prepared this.
15 minutes. Do you know, 15 minutes, I'd be happy. Honestly, I'd go to bed happy.
Come back in 15.
Well,
I'd go to, just do it live, literally, just, me and Paige will carry on talking, you bring up that programme, spend 15 minutes, the whole audience will be ready.
Hold on, but Ranty, that thing doesn't give numbers, only the maths gives the numbers.
Yeah, but we don't we're not bothered about that, we just want to see.
Well, we are, because you want to, you're the challenge. No. Can I just finish a sentence? The challenge you gave to me is show why the size of the shadow of the Moon is so much smaller than the shadow of the Earth, and I can do that much more easily using the diagram I have created and the maths, which then gives you the numbers. Then you can compare them, and because the reason you believe that they should be proportional is because you believe it's just directly proportional, but it isn't. As it turns out, the maths is a bit more complicated.
Okay, press 1 in the chat if you want to see Rumpus spend 15 minutes just without talking to us, just doing it and just plotting it all in. Press 1 because that will literally answer. I'm sure the whole audience is waiting to see this because you was in here before saying you got 500 mile wide. I mean, that's a bit of an issue. So
you'd think they'd be jumping on it to show us how we're wrong.
I've got a diagram I've prepared here.
I know, but that's not the scale. That's just a drawing. It's not a scale. It's not the scale thing that you've done before.
The Moon and the Earth the same size.
Everyone's happy to wait. Everyone's pressing 1. Everyone's one.
I've a very arduous thing, and my back's hurting because I've just been doing all the gardening. And I can't be
come back another day.
Whereas I prepared this, and if you don't, which gives you the
come on, all the ones are just flying in. It's like, come on, you could settle the argument now. Flat Earthers would.
I'll give you the numbers.
We'd love it. We'd want to see it. Honestly, this is what we've been waiting for years. For years.
I am not feeling energetic enough to do it. Perhaps another time.
We've been waiting for years to see this. For years.
Well, I have a non-scale diagram.
You can do it in 15 minutes. Think of how happy you'd make all the flat earthers if you do it.
That diagram is incredibly difficult to manipulate because it's at the limits of what that program can do. Because of this, it has to fit in that distance to the sun, and it has to be able to zoom into the Earth. It exposes bugs in the program.
But it's only 15 minutes. You said 15 minutes.
Gee, I love that excuse.
Yeah, that was off the top of my head. If I'm thinking about it, it's a fiddle. and I don't have the mental energy at the moment to go and do it. Perhaps some other time I'll have it do it.
Yeah, but it's not the same as doing it on the fly where we can just watch you do it.
They can't think on the fly, Randy.
I'm afraid I'm
they
not
need
getting-
their diagrams all perfectly.
No, Rumpus does it
they
loads of
can't
times.
think just-
I've seen Rumpus draw so many times, get his sketching out, and he's always drawing lines in, and he's always doing stuff.
That diagram is different. That diagram is perfectly to scale. Everything about it is.
Which is why it should be pretty easy then, just to
No,
put.
it's not. That makes it difficult to manipulate.
No.
I have to be very careful what I do to keep everything perfectly organised.
I'm
we're worried if I do it, I'll make a mistake. I'm not mentally energetic enough at the moment to go and do it. Whereas I have.
We're happy to. We are literally quite happy if you make a mistake. If you were to make a mistake.
If you want me to do that, I will have a go at it. But I'm not going to be able to do it tonight. I'm not. As I said, I've done my back in, bloody doing some gardening. I was only coming in here because you were taunting me, and I'm not. I have done this thing preparation, but if you're not interested in it, I won't do it. I mean, if you don't want me to show you this, then I won't. If you're not, and I'll just.
So telling you the truth that we've been asking all this time is taunting, is it? To you, you think we're taunting?
Well, no, it's perfectly reasonable to ask for the truth, but I'm not prepared to spend.
Sorry, somebody else is talking to me in Discord.
Why do you keep on interrupting me while I'm in the middle of? Only got a few words.
Spoke to me in Discord, and I just quickly said you have to call Skype. I wasn't talking to you. You know, if you clean out your ears.
Then.
Right, let me.
Then I can't answer.
Christ, have some manners. If you're not talking to this call, go and mute yourself.
Right, Blue Marble Science says he has it.
Get over yourself.
Basic manners.
Get over yourself.
Have some manners. You're not participating in this call. Mute yourself.
Oh my God.
Right.
Mute yourself.
Hold on, you two. Right, before you get.
Me. Basic manners, woman.
Basic
manners. Basic manners. Get some manners. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Do what we want to do, go away.
Manners,
calm down, Rumpus. Right.
I think it was either Cleary. Oh no, Cleary's here. Somebody else in Discord was asking how to join. I think they're trying to talk to you in Discord, but they have to call Skype.
Cleary, how's it going, my friend? Oh, listen, let me just shout Aaron Armstrong out. Rumpus, come on, dude, it's 15 minutes. Huh?
Yeah, so,
whoa, that was
has anybody ever checked to see if something that's 400 times larger than something else that's 400 times farther away actually appears to be the same size?
Probably not.
Yeah, I thought about that. If I could try to make that observation, you know, everybody just takes it, you know, they're told it and they're just like, yeah, okay, but nobody ever checked it. It doesn't really seem like it would work out to me.
Is people in Discord, by the way?
They tell us and we go, yeah, okay. Yeah, there are.
Right, can let me see if I can get them to come on over, because they're probably waiting in there, aren't they?
Named Bungie in there. He's got a little green light on his thing.
Yeah, it might be your mic that was the issue there, Paige. I bet it was.
I hope it was me, yeah.
Aye. So, Cleary, what did you think? Did you press 1? Did you want him to come in and do it on the fly?
Yeah, I was just dialing in. I didn't really see that. I heard you talking about whether we should wait like 15 minutes for Rumpus to calculate something, I think.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, how long ago was this eclipse? It was, what, 2 years ago or something like that? And Flat Earthers have been asking for this proof. And he's there with the program, he's got it all scaled out, ready to go. All he had to do is just do it on the fly. You know, he could have been a celebrity, he could have been a star, but he didn't want to do it. Lee wants to come in.
They're not here. They're not here to prove either way, really. They're here to belittle us and insult us and tell us we don't understand and tell us we don't need to look at these things because they already know.
Yeah, I want to give a plug actually to Travis, the Plain Truth. So we had two conversations actually, one yesterday and one today, and I think he's doing or he will be releasing those two conversations, one tomorrow and probably one the day after. I highly recommend you watch them. So that's to all the audience. The Plain Truth. If you get the opportunity to watch his what we were discussing about sunsets and the like, it might interest you. Because I think I figured them out, but we'll see. Gleam.
Did you say you think you figured out sunsets?
I think so, but I mean, it obviously needs a little more research. But I think the premise of it is there. I think the bones of it's there. I think I've got enough evidence to back it up.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but I don't want to take. The thing is, right, it's really weird. I've been taking these max strength cocodamols. I don't know if you... They're the most strongest painkillers you can get, next to things on prescription, Oh, actually, they are... Yep. Sorry, they are prescribed, but they're 50 milligram, 30 milligram cocodamols, but they're the 50s. Anyway, I have 3 of them. Anyway, it makes you fly high as a kite. And yeah. And actually, when I did that video about the moon, and I did put the video out when I was doing the mathematics, I was high as a kite when I was doing that, right? So that's probably why I screwed it up. But since then, and I've been taking these cocodamols, I've been having all these thoughts. That those 3 experiments that I put together at the start of the show, and I said, this and that. That's how I've been thinking. My brain's been just sort of like, I'm, coming up with all these ideas. Yeah. And I remembered a whole bunch of stuff, and then sort of like worked it all out and put it together. And I actually got in touch with Travis. It was about, I don't know, was it middle of the night for me, I think. I think I got up. I think it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I phoned him up, and he was awake. And he started recording the call, and I said to him, "Look, I want to talk about these sunsets." And it was a good call. He's on board with the idea of what I put forward. So we'll see.
That'll be interesting.
Gently says it's tripping balls. Ranty's tripping balls. No, I've got a big ball underneath my chest, actually. That's where my stomach is. My stomach's pushing its way out. Horrible. I've got a hiatal hernia or something, they call it. And
that doesn't sound good.
No, it's really, really painful. And trying to eat and stuff, it's like a lot of food is getting stuck as it goes down. And and if I try to drink, sometimes it'll go down, other times it just fills the pipe up and it backs up and it just chokes me. I felt like I was drowning yesterday. I was having to vomit it up and everything. It was horrible. But I got this big lump underneath my rib cage.
Oh, poor thing.
So that's why I'm on the cocodamol. So shout out to the lump, because it's given me all these ideas for doing stuff.
Got to see the good in everything, don't you?
That's it.
Yeah, I hope you get better on that. Mic check 1.
Mic check.
All good.
All good.
G'day, Gleam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings and blessings to one and all, kings and queens, including Rumpus.
Greetings and blessings back, sir.
Greetings and blessings.
Yeah. So anyway, can I add to this? And kind of, I just joined, so I don't know whether you covered this, but could I share my screen on just putting across one point which kind of goes in the globe favour, but just in case you weren't aware. Can I share the screen, if that's okay?
Fire away. This is an open platform, Gleam.
Yeah, all it was is that this is just typical timeanddate.com. But if you see, you're exactly
we're not seeing anything at the minute.
Oh, okay.
Got a grey
couple
screen.
Of seconds.
I'm seeing it in Skype.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, give it a second. Yeah, it's my screen. I have to double check that you're all qualified to actually see my screen and stuff. You know. Anyway, so you see the thick line right in the middle. Let's zoom right in. Obviously, this thick line right in the middle is that 70 miles. Okay. Now the actual shadow itself is from here to here. You can see it ends there and bends there. It's a bit
right. Okay.
Yeah. So, what I'm trying to put across, if you're not aware, and I'm sure you are, and what you're questioning is this bit: how can the moon make this much shadow? Now
that least shadow.
Yeah, the real tiny. That is 70 miles there. That black thick line in between is sort of like tiny amount, a fractional amount. However, this is the actual shadow that it creates. It's just that, and I kind of get something Brenda was saying. However, I don't think she was articulating herself correctly, and I think that Rumpus is trying to explain this in a particular way. I may be wrong because Rumpus will probably explain it in more in-depth way, let's say, but what I'm thinking they're trying to explain it as is that the shadow from here up to here and from here down to here is so to say washed out with scattered light.
Yeah.
So the whole shadow, if it was a blank-on situation where it was a circle, a black hole, and nothing, light passed through an atmosphere and scattered around, then this would be completely black. So it wouldn't be 70. But what they're trying to say is because of the curve of Earth as well, because if you look at this is boomerang, but because of the curve of Earth, because of this scattering of light, the actual shadow that gets cast is only a tiny fractional amount of what should be, which is the whole thing from China right the way down, and that is a quarter of the Earth. That's what I'm thinking it as, that they were trying to explain that they haven't explained.
Well, the only way we can
that extended bit's the fuzzy bit, isn't it? Not the sharply defined.
It's kind of
the
like
sharply defined shadows. That middle bit.
It's the opposite to twilight, where twilight is kind of like the light, scattered light coming around the Earth on their globe model. It's the scattered light reaching around the Earth before the direct light hits it, and this is kind of like the same thing. This is scattered light, which should be the shadow, but has been scattered because it's going around the Earth's atmosphere, and then the only bit that is truly blocked out is this 70 mile an hour. Now, 70 mile an hour? Well,
okay.
Sorry, 70 miles.
So reverse it, and put the, put the Earth casting the shadow over the moon, right?
Yeah.
Now that covers all of the moon.
Okay. Yep. I fully appreciate that.
2,000 plus miles.
Yep.
Right.
Now.
Yet the moon only casts 70.
Now you've got to understand, if we inverted the reference frame and pretended this was the moon, albeit it's got the map of this on it, pretend these are all the craters and stuff, then you've got to obviously understand that we're reversing the size differences. So this would not be a smaller line. This would more start at the big thick line and then still build up from that. So it would cover the whole diameter.
Yeah, it'd be like 4 of those lines and then the extended bit.
Yeah, so the actual thick black line would actually be a quarter the size of Earth, which is obviously the size of Moon. And that would be the thick.
Not a solar eclipse, not a total solar eclipse?
No, either way, the concept was just there. I was trying to explain that concept.
You said that line was 70 miles wide.
Yeah, once you go right in.
Are you saying that's the 2017 solar eclipse totality was 70 miles wide?
Yeah,
This is not the 2017 solar eclipse.
No, it's not. But what I'm trying to explain that concept of that's what it would be. I can go back to that if you need it to be.
Okay. This what you're looking at now is not even a total solar eclipse.
No, but it was the concept that I was trying to explain, not
He's
the
just
actual...
explaining a concept, yeah.
Are we
He's not
picking apart the
actually
scale? Should we go in on the scale thing? Is that better? Was I correct in the understanding or not, Ruff?
Oh, I missed the understanding. I'm only here for like 2 minutes, and I'm going to take the kids to school.
Okay.
Are your kids not on holidays?
We don't finish till the end of this week.
Oh, okay. My kids finished last week.
All right. 1 more week here. You have 3 weeks holiday or 2 weeks holiday?
2.
Ah,
Yeah, we go back
all
a week earlier, I think, than you. Are you New South Wales or
Yeah.
Perth?
New South Wales, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So, Blue Marble Science says that he thinks that he's done the scale that I was asking the Rumpus to do. So, if anybody's got Blue Marble Science on their Skype, if they want to give him a call, see if he wants to join.
I do not.
Yeah, okay.
But I'll do that later today anyway. Just got to flick a few things around in GeoGebra to make it the other way around. Oh, it's my timer.
Yeah, Blue Marble Science. So if you want to add me on Skype, Ranty Flat Earth, yeah, I'll bring you in. You can do your presentation. Nobody's going to jump on you here. They're all civil people. You got to go, Ruff?
Oh, in a couple minutes, yeah. In a couple minutes.
Well, so much for parallel sun rays. That used to be the big mantra, but nobody is speaking about that anymore.
Almost parallel.
Not nearly at all.
No, it's like 89.7 something, isn't it? Thereabouts.
Yeah, visible light, though, it just bounces everywhere. You know, it may come in straight, but it's refracting and it's bending and it's bouncing off of everything. That's why you have such a small eclipse path.
No, the geometry determines the eclipse path, not refraction or anything like that. Actually, Randy, do you have my...
Sunlight doesn't
I don't think geometry determines... Geometry doesn't cause anything. The moon and the sun and the earth is what determines where the moon is going and what's going to be eclipsed, not geometry. You can explain it with geometry, but it doesn't cause it, does it?
Ranty, do you have my link to the GeoGebra that I sent the other day?
Oh, probably. Hang on. Let's have a... yes, I think so, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all I'm going to do with that is swap around the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah, that's all I asked Rumpus to do. You know, that's to be honest, that's what all the flat earthers here are just waiting to see how that, you know, with you using your little lines and see how much, you know, it covers of the moon. That's it.
Yeah, but can you see that the 70-mile shadow makes sense now?
I never said that it. I said I could always see your point. I want to see it demonstrated in reality.
Yeah.
You know, that was never not an argument. You know, I saw your model and understood it, but I wanted to prove it by getting out there and actually testing it, not just drawing some lines and saying this is how shadows will work.
Oh, sure. But like we said before, I mean, we're not going to be able to get a scale model that's going to be measurable. I think I worked out the path of totality was going to be like 1/10 of a millimeter wide, which you're just not going to be able to measure at all. Which is why I suggested, you know, do an entirely different experiment just to verify that the math and the geometry works and gives you what you should get, and then just apply it to scale.
Yeah, I suppose the 2 millimeter moon was a bit of a stretch, but I have to say that if the lens on the on the flashlight is around about 6 centimeters, then I only have to go 7.68 meters away from the wall. So you've still got a 6 centimeter. So it's like a, it's a prune size. So you've got a prune size thing that you're trying to cast a shadow on at 30 feet. So you should be able to get a result from that. 2 millimeters, yeah, I think was a bit of a stretch.
The Umbra, yeah. For the Umbra you will, but not for the Penumbra. The Penumbra is different angles.
We'll see what happens. Let's see what happens, and I'm going to test it with different sizes as well. So it's not just going to be, from one. I'm going to do different sizes, different. But I wanted to do it to scale, and I think if I've got a 6 centimeter ball and I can create the 6 centimeter pipe just slightly bigger, then I should be able to get a very close scale in to what would happen, and test it, see what size the Umbra is when it hits the wall. Because if the Umbra is 3 centimeters, yet the moon is 6 centimeters, then you've got a big problem, And
we shall see. Anyway,
we'll see. Yeah.
Catch us all later.
Yeah.
Ruff, do you believe that mass bends light?
He's getting off, I think, Cleary.
I was going to say, if the sunlight's coming around the moon, don't they believe that mass bends light? There should be some globe head calculation for that, right?
Yeah, I think there is. If I can present again, I'm not going to play this because this is a NASA video. But this was the same one that we all saw back in the days.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask Ruff exactly that. Why is this darker then?
The thing is, this has been ridiculed by flat earthers for time since it came out. This has been ridiculed, and it's taken, how long have we been pushing this now? Just a few days to try and get the Globers to do a scale of this to show us how this is going to work. And Rumpus was here. He said it would take him 15 minutes to draw it. He wouldn't do it, and I've never known him not want to touch a crayon before. He loves his crayons.
He loves his diagrams.
Rumpus.
Yeah, see, where I was getting that from is, even though there isn't one here, and there wouldn't be, I don't think, but it's the Poisson spot, or Agraro's number, Agaro's spot, even. Sorry, that's the second Jack Daniels I'm on. Which is basically the brightest part of any shadow, where if you put a sphere in front of something and put a light source behind it, there is a white spot in there. Let me see if I can spell it. Garo's number.
Yeah, I think Sleeping Warrior did a video talking about that spot.
It's literally right in the middle there, if you see.
Yeah, one little spot.
What's this? What's this an image of?
This is Arago, Arago, Arago spot, or Poisson spot, I think it's called as well. There, Poisson spot, Fresnel spot. But look, if you see here, got a bit of light. It's going over a sphere, and I think the more reflective, the better. As in, if it's a polished sphere of steel, and then it actually produces a light spot in the center of the shadow, which I don't know. I was going to ask someone like George or Blue Marble possibly. Why wouldn't we see that? Is it because it's cast on a spherical surface or not?
See, that's another thing. You see, I want to see how the interaction between the actual light and a ball is, because these Globers, you'll see these videos and they don't put what you're asking. Do you agree with the idea that the light's bouncing off the side of the room, off the walls, is going to play an effect on the actual shadow?
It will. There is such a thing as actual, not is I can't explain it as whitewashing because that sounds bad. It's basically there is reflective additional properties of light, yes, where if you've got, let's say, a two lasers, one green, one purple, one pointing in opposite sides of the wall, you will get a leak of the purple light affecting part of the green light, even if it's minor and fractional. If you do it in a box, you'll be able to see that those will merge at some point. And so yeah, there is this washing of light basically, which will wash out, whether it causes a crisp line in as much as a shadow, and whether even the shadow cast on Earth was a crisp line. I mean, how do you tell? If it's moving so fast, it could have been a real fuzzy edge, and within a couple of seconds, poof, you don't know. You're in darkness. So I don't know. But this is where I got the idea from, is if you can see the concentric circles, and I'm not saying it was dark light, but I was just saying that at each stage it was going out, so it would cause, let's say from the edge here, each stage there would cause a lighter and lighter, and this is actually the whole thing. It's just that some light is leaking around the corner of it and making the edges fuzzy, because it's a sphere rather than it being a complete just circle. If it was a circle, it would completely block the light. Is that one there, like, a occulting disc?
What do you think, Cleary?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I was thinking about something different. Like, if the Earth was casting a shadow on the moon, the Earth is supposed to be an oblate spheroid. So, what type of shadow would that be? Would it be slightly different from just a regular curved ball? I don't know. It's hard to say.
I think the difference, the ratio difference between north, south, east, west is too minor to even measure.
Right, probably so.
Mm.
I wonder, does Discord work as well as Skype at the same time? I think you can do, can't you?
Yes.
Does that mean that you guys can hear, though? I don't think you can you? So I might have to, if I was to bring Blue Marble Science in through Discord, I don't know how that would work.
Well, I could hear that guy talking on Discord before.
All right, okay. I'll try and.
Francie, we could go into the Discord if you want.
Well, I wasn't sure that it's working, to be honest, because I tried to get Paige in before, but I couldn't hear a single word she was saying. So
Yeah, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I can't hear you. You're still in Discord, aren't you? So can you hear me through Discord as well?
Are you using OBS or?
Yeah, I'm using OBS. Yeah.
You've gone all echoey, so I think you are in Discord as well for me.
I know you can adjust levels in Discord. Heck, I don't know. My son knows more about it than I do.
Hang on, let's get a link for it then. Just 1 second. Create an invite. Why is that not working? I've still got to work out how to use Discord properly yet, guys, so that's probably... Yeah, I can't get an invite for it for some reason. Why doesn't that allow me to get an invite?
Gotta get a mic.
Yeah, mic check. Yeah, you're right, Brian. How's it going?
A little bit robotic. It's all right.
It's going good. I don't got long, but I just wanted to add a few things here in a second.
If I join the chat. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to figure out. It's not. It's just giving hidden use copy button. Copy. All right. Okay. What a wank. Right. Here we go. Right. I'm going to put a link in there. So if Blue Marble Science is there, if he wants to join, I'll be able to show him. I don't know if I'll be able to hear you though. If you've got something to show, we'll see anyway. See if I can hear when you join.
But remember though, Ranty, show everything today.
Today.
Gleam, did you see the or anybody for that matter? Has anybody seen the high altitude footage of the eclipse? I forgot who it was that put it up, man. It might have been Globebusters, but I've seen it a couple other places. It's hard to find shit now, it seems like. But they had the eclipse from high altitude balloon, and it showed a pretty defined shadow, but it showed no penumbra. It showed a defined umbra and absolutely no penumbra. I'd like to like cross check that with somebody else, but also I've seen some high altitude footage of the eclipse with where it just shows the moon. I was talking about with Pete. Has anybody else seen that, where it shows the moon as just a tiny black dot? Because I also seen the Go Fast rocket showing the moon way off in the distance, and it shows the moon as a teeny little ball. I mean, it's not proportional, man. It's Anybody else seen this?
Is that a mic? Was that a mic check from Discord there? Just be a second.
Yes, sir. That's me. I see. I can hear you good, Ranty.
Oh right. Okay. So I can actually hear you. So it must have been you, Paige. It must be an issue with your.
I can't hear any of Discord though. I can only hear you, Ranty.
Oh right. Okay. I think the audience can hear.
Drop that Discord link, and I'll try it out.
What in the chat here?
Yeah,
I'm in Discord as well.
Fine, I'll find it.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put it in the side chat. So you guys have got a link now to the Discord, and see what happens there.
Could you mute me in your Discord, please, Ranty, because you're echoing for me, because I've got you coming in on both. I shut it on my end, but it hasn't stopped.
How do I mute you?
Or mute your voice to me, like kick me out or something from Discord, because I'm hearing you both through Skype and through Discord, and I've shut it down on my end and I can't stop it.
Server deafened.
Is there just dogs in Discord? If so, I can hear Discord now.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
I'm joking. I knew it was you all along.
Right, the other guy. So, that's Blue Marble Science.
No, I'm SE.
Oh, you're SE. Oh, hi. How's it going? Yeah. So, Blue Marble Science. If you want to join, you've got the link now.
Oh, now I can't hear Discord. Don't.
That's good, because I've muted you. You told me to mute you.
Yeah, it just means I won't be able to hear them either, I've just realised.
A lot of people crack on Blue Marble, but he's very knowledgeable, so you can get the other side of the story. He's one of the best in my knowledge. I mean, in my opinion.
Okay, so Toady UK says, just tried doing a scale model using 3.47 and 3.8 meters away from a white wall. The real issue is getting a decent parallel light source to emulate the sun. I think this will be hard to do. Toady UK absolutely gets it, right? And this is why this light that I've bought, this torch here, it's 120,000 lumens. 120,000 lumens, right? And I'm going to put a pipe around the edge of it to direct the actual light, so it actually funnels it straight at, or as near to, straight as the moon. So we're going to have a tremendous amount of light coming out from that beast of a torch. And it's going to be focused purely on the moon. So Toady absolutely gets it. Toady gets it. Finally, a Glober actually gets it.
Because guess what? Toady does stuff.
Hey, Ranty, You know what I was thinking about is getting a laser and just from a long distance, where like maybe even a cheaper laser, like a spot laser, from one of them pins or something. And you know how the divergence, the light diverges off of the distance pretty quick. You know, within 100 or a couple hundred feet, is maybe use a laser from a distance. I don't know. What do you think?
A laser? Well, no, not really. I want a bright. I don't want to change anything. I want to have the proper shadow. You know, don't think you'll get.
Another thing I thought. Did anybody hear me when I was asking about the high altitude footage of the moon? Because I didn't get no response. But has anybody seen the? They had the high altitude globe busters. I think it was globe busters during the 2017 eclipse, and it showed a very defined umbra, but absolutely no penumbra. But also, they showed the eclipse straight on, and the moon was a small black dot, you know, in the middle of the sun. And also, in the Go Fast rocket footage, it showed the moon. You know, you see it as it's spinning after it stopped spinning too fast to see anything. It showed the moon way off in the distance, a tiny little dot, you know. Has anybody seen any other footage of this, or can anybody verify any of that? Has anybody else even seen that?
I will say, sorry, I was going to cut in before and say, yes, I have seen exactly that. I've seen those things that Bob and Jaron showed. Yes, I have seen them, but I didn't look into them any further. Put it this way.
Yes, Blue Marble. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Just one second there. Just 1 second.
Okay. All right.
You carry on. You carry on if Blue's here.
All right. Okay. So yeah, Blue Marble. Hang on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll share my screen with you guys so that with the sound, so that you can hear what Blue Marble says. I don't think he'll be able to hear what you say. But let's bring the Discord over. Do you need to present something here, Blue Marble Science?
Yeah, I need to present this drawing if I can.
Okay. Yeah.
We can hear him. Everyone can hear him, by the way.
Yeah.
Let me see how
now.
how to do this. I got to get things on the right screen. Let's see if I can move on a kid over on the other monitor. And then share my screen. I think I can do that.
Okay. Do I need to click something to do anything? Do I need to watch stream? Is that it?
Yeah, I should. You see the little
okay.
live thing up there, Remini? Yeah.
Yep, got it. Yep, see you presenting now. Yeah.
Click that, you can see my screen. Let me back out of this thing a little bit. Model our. Get cursor in the right place. Modeled our part of the solar system, Randy. Got the sun over here on this side.
Okay.
And let me show. I can click on this thing. Whoops. Pull this over. And it will give us the information about that circle. You'll see that the diameter of the circle is 864. These are dimensionless units, okay? I'm not doing it in miles or feet and inches or anything, just units. So let's say 864 is actually 864,000 miles.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Well, that's a relative representation of the size of the sun. Let me get off of that thing. And I can measure the. You see, I had a line right here. I could get rid of that UCS thing, but I'm not going to worry about it. See this line right here, just right on the center line, and then I've got another line way over here on this other side. Let me measure the distance between those two lines.
Okay.
Let's see, distance. You're able to see that happening or not, but distance from there to there. I look down here. Can you see the bottom of my screen?
I can, yeah.
93,000. 93,000, which you got to add 1,000, multiply by 1,000 the way I'm doing this. So that's the equivalent of 93 million. Just to show you that I've got it to scale. So 864 for the diameter of the sun, 93,000 for the distance over here to this circle. That circle is the orbit of the moon. This is why you never see this.
Wait.
Scale.
Let me stall you for 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Blue.
Let me show you. This is the moon.
Hey, can you hear me?
He can't hear you. Right there. That would be the moon. Let me do one other thing here. There's a AutoCAD when you
I was just going to ask why he's using
in these kinds of scales.
Scale
you get,
for a scale. That's all.
These funny looking.
And what the 860
circles, which I can fix. Fixing the view resolution. We're using really large scales here. Say 15,000. All right. Now the circle looks more like a circle. Okay. Well, that represents the moon. It has a diameter of 2.159. In other words, 2,159 miles. That's the moon. The Earth is over here in the middle. It's a diameter of. Oh, wait a minute, I got both circles selected. Let's do this one. Okay. 7,926 miles. That's the diameter of the Earth.
Okay.
And I've got another moon over here on the other side. Okay. There's the other moon, same thing. 2,159 miles. Now, I didn't draw the penumbra lines because you just end up with lines going all over the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I drew, though, this line right here, see the one I just highlighted, that one, is crossing the top of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that one comes from the top of the sun, intersects the top of the moon. This one down here comes from the bottom of the sun, and it intersects the bottom side of the moon. And when we follow those two lines over, they're intersecting the sun, the Earth, at a really small little distance. See?
Okay.
And that distance, show you something weird about this. That distance in this case is actually 15.4 miles in width.
Okay.
It's only because I arbitrarily selected a distance from the Earth to the moon, 238,000 miles. See it right there? Radius 238.
Yep.
To get the 70-mile circle, or 70-mile umbra, what has to happen is the moon just needs to be a little bit closer to the Earth, and it doesn't have to be a lot closer.
Okay.
But you can, what we've got here is a moon that's in a position where it's almost in an annular eclipse. Okay. Now let's do the same thing though with the Earth instead of the moon. This is what you were curious about.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, same thing. This line comes
up
from
with
the top
475
side of the
miles.
sun. I'm just drawing the umbra part of it. That line comes from the top of the sun to this top side of the Earth. The line comes from the bottom of the sun, the bottom side of the Earth. And when we follow that out here to the moon, it quite easily blocks the entire moon.
Okay.
Actually, it would block about 3 moons.
Result. That's what I've been asking for, and now that you've drawn it out like that, that's exactly what I've been asking for.
Bullshit on that.
And for, I've seen your calculations. If anyone else wants to jump, maybe not because they can't hear you actually, but if anybody wants to respond to this after the show in the comments, if they've picked anything up that might be wrong with this, to let us know. But from what you've shown me, I'm quite happy with that.
First off, hey Ranty.
Yeah, I'd be glad to
First
do
off,
a
if it
video
blocks
on
3
this,
moons, if it's enough to block 3 moons,
video,
it would last a whole lot longer.
Video,
but the simple math, just using an
and make it a little
approximation,
bit prettier.
shows 435 miles of the sun.
Hang on, David. We can't. nobody, he can't hear you speaking. So.
Uh-oh.
I have a question for Blue, if you can hear me.
Yeah, hang on, I'll have to relay the questions though.
I heard it. I heard him.
Oh, did you? Right, okay.
Hey, Blue, I was just wondering, because I want to do a test myself, like Ranty wants to do. I've been thinking of this for a long time, and I was discussing it with George. What would your scale model suggestion be?
Oh, to try to actually do what, SE? This exact thing here?
Yeah, I want to get like the umbra penumbra and what Ranty was saying to know the distance, to scale sun, moon, earth. Like, what would we need? A golf ball, a baseball, this distance, this light? Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'd want to think about that a little bit, and see what would make any sense. I haven't really thought about it like that.
Okay, fair enough. I'd be really interested. George says he has an idea.
Yeah, you see, when I zoom this thing to the extent, this is the sun way over here on the left-hand side, and that circle that you see is the orbit of the moon way over there on the right. This is the reason why we never see this thing drawn out to scale. The distances are just ridiculous. So, that kind of gives you an idea.
Can you ask him a question for me?
If the sun was the size of a baseball, I don't know, the Earth would be the size of what, a BB or something, and the moon would be really, really tiny.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's why we need somebody
crazy.
with math skills to come up with something.
Numbers are just crazy.
Yeah. So
I'd
seen how it's.
I'd like to ask him why he's drawing light from the edge of the sun. Why would he even do that?
Hold on. I've seen how it's been done mathematically, and I'm happy with that. That this is what I've been after. Now that you've actually drawn it to scale and flipped them around, that helps me process it in my mind. It's what I've been looking for. So I congratulate you on that. Thank you for coming on and showing that. I think for my stage now is to go out and try and demonstrate that shadow behaves in the same way. It's all right drawing the lines on, but we want to see that those shadows do what they say it does. It's all right just having the drawing, but we need to see it in reality as well. So that'll be the next stage. But for what you've presented here, that lays to rest what my disagreement was about the size of the shadow from the Earth over the moon. That was my argument. If you've got a 70-mile shadow, solar eclipse, when the lunar eclipse, you've got a full one. Didn't make sense to me until this has been showed like this. So.
Oh, I agree with you, and it didn't make it was hard for me to visualize it and have it make any sense either until I drew the thing, and then it became obvious that those lines are so close to parallel that and that's what causes it.
That shit still don't work.
You could get the same effect on the moon if you move the moon about 4 times as far away from the Earth as it actually is. The shadow of the Earth way out here somewhere is going to end up doing the same thing that the shadow of the moon does, but the Earth is 4 times the diameter. The moon would have to be a long way away before you'd ever see a real small penumbra. In fact, the moon would have to be far enough away that the Earth would appear to be the same size as the sun is, just like the moon appears to us. If that makes
Ranty,
sense.
I just sent you the pictures that you asked for.
Okay, Bob.
Look at them.
All right.
Look at them.
Well, that's what I got.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, thanks.
Blue's absolutely correct.
Thanks very much, Blue Marble. Thanks for popping in.
Ranty, can you
Yeah,
send
no
a
problem.
message
Thanks,
back?
Rick.
Because I am on in Discord, but I didn't want to cause any feedback. But just say Blue does what he says on the tin. He's just literally done exactly what he said he'd do, and Rumpus couldn't even get on that. Salute to him. Can you just pass a salute on?
He's already left, but I'm sure he's listening in the
Yeah,
in the call.
if not, he will.
Okay, so
Hey, how do I join Discord, man?
well, I need to figure out how to join Discord properly and get it all working. So
yeah, because look, I got about 5 problems with what he just presented. Yeah, what he presented, that's fine, but reality, I got problems. So I'll wait till you get it sorted out.
Okay,
Bob's in here to defend that. I'm sure, Bob. Yeah.
Yeah, hang on. Well, let's get the images up first. So, can you guys see that I'm presenting? Hang on. Let me present my screen so that you all guys know that what I'm showing. Where am I? Screen share. Right. There we go. So, right, okay. Can you all you guys see this now?
I see it.
Okay,
but wow,
hold on.
Modeled it. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is Bob the Science Guy. So what are you showing us here?
Hey, Randy, the rule is no interruptions, no questions till I'm done. Now, what you're seeing here is a soccer ball, and I am marking the shadow cast by the soccer ball when it's directly up against a piece of paper from the sun. Go ahead and now there's 2 of them there, so just look very carefully. You see the little orange markings? You may have to zoom in on it a little bit, Randy.
I see them here.
But you see, am I faithfully marking the edges of the shadow?
Yeah, they look pretty close, yeah.
Okay, hit the next one, please. Okay, identify the marks from the original shadow and see the shadow of the ball now.
Mm-hmm.
It's smaller.
Yep.
Same thing on the next one.
Okay.
Now you can clearly see that shadow is much smaller than those marks now, and the shadow is well positioned. Hit the next one. I'll show you the experimental setup. There you go. So as you can see, same soccer ball, just up on a ladder and in line with the sun. There you go.
Okay.
The shadow is smaller than the soccer ball.
Yeah.
That.
I see that.
Confirms what Blue just did.
Well,
glad I could help. Thanks a lot.
No worries. Right. Yeah. I mean, I see that. As I say, I want to try and eliminate all the other variables that are going on, and do a test that will, in my opinion, have a better standard than this. This is showing that yes, a shadow.
I'm holding up a ball right now. I'm holding up a ball right now, and that's not how this shadow is working. I'm holding up a ball. I got a soccer ball. Okay, I got one of them little plastic balls for the babies that are bigger, like a little bit bigger than a beach ball, and that ain't what I'm getting. But my problem is if he's saying that if he scales it to the moon, that it covers up, that it's enough to cover up the moon, the umbra is enough to cover up the moon 4 times. Hey, we still do see the moon. It lights up red. So if the umbra, total darkness, covers up the moon 4 times, the eclipse would last 4 times longer, for 1. For 2, we'd get no red haze on the moon. And I got a couple more problems after they address them.
Okay, well, to be honest, I mean, there are, you can get shadows that are smaller. The problem is that the ball that's being used compared to the size of the sun is far, far smaller than the size of the moon in relation to the sun, and it's also in a different medium, and you haven't got all the light from the sides that are affecting the shadows. So I want to try and just do an experiment that addresses those problems and see what happens. It may well be the same, but I have a feeling that the shadow.
I do agree the shadow could be smaller though.
But I have a feeling that the shadow won't be as small as 70 miles. I have a feeling it'll be far greater than that. That's my feeling. We'll see what happens.
If you just do the simple math, and why are they tracing from the edge of the sun if the light's parallel? That's a direct contradiction. If everything counts on them sun rays being parallel for other aspects of their model, why are they drawing it from the? I mean, yeah, I guess they could argue that it's pretty close to parallel, but it seems to me that once the light source overcomes the object that it's shining on, it doesn't matter how big it is. That's what I want to see, or I'll test that myself. But once the sun's size engulfs the Earth, in other words, if the sun was just a little bit bigger than the Earth, then the same thing would happen. But the way they're showing it, it doesn't look like it wouldn't, because they're having to come from the edge of the sun.
Well, of course.
I'll test that first.
Well, mathematically, mathematically you can work things out. Doesn't mean that it behaves the same as, in reality. Just because the lines say that this is what the shadows are going to do, doesn't mean that that's what the shadows are going to do until you test it.
Right. But all right, well, let me clarify that. Okay, just simple math, just average everything out, 8,000, 2,000. The shadow of the umbra on the moon would be 475 miles. So that's what I come up with. But that's not drawing lines from the sun. But the way he just did it, wow, it almost looks like they modeled them numbers, their sizes.
To be honest, I can't find fault with the model. I mean, the model to me did
the model works.
Did what it said on the tin. So I've got to say
I don't know if that correlates to real life is all. As far as the model goes, of course the model works. What was you expecting?
Well, I wanted to see it. I wanted to process it. I wanted to process it in my head. That's right. Because I couldn't process it. No matter how hard I tried,
them numbers?
I couldn't process that till I was shown it.
My point is that they got them numbers through math. I mean, of course, they're going to have a way to show it. That's part of their numbers changing and pinpointing in, and correlating all the problems and all their explanations. But that is. I mean, what Blue did is spot on. That's awesome. I'm not knocking him. But as far as the ball I just held up, as far as the ball I just held up in front of the sun, I didn't get what Bob was just showing in real life. But I'd like to test it a couple more times, a couple different ways. I think that if the light is as big as the ball, then I don't think the shadow size is going to be affected at all. I think I can make the light source the size of the sun or the size of the moon shining on that ball, just so long as it's big enough to encompass that entire ball or bigger. I think you're going to get the same shadow. Well,
I don't think that the wash, because Gleam was in before, and Gleam was saying about the wash, sort of like washing away the sides. I don't think that effect is going to be as pronounced when you actually model it. I don't think it's.
Yeah, and Gleam said he's seen the Glowbusters footage. The shadow was. I'd like to pull it up because that shadow was defined, like eerie looking, defined. And there was absolutely no penumbra, and the shadow was like eerily defined, like it was weird. But I wish we could pull that up, man. But that still doesn't explain the moon being a little black spot blocking the sun from an airplane or from 50,000 feet.
Well, what do you think, Cleary? Because you said you wanted to see that demonstrated. I mean, did that sort of like help you understand it, seeing that like that?
Well, I just think the globe model was constructed based on mass. Everything was reverse engineered to work out mathematically. But then in the real world, is it really that way? You can make it that way mathematically and everything will check out.
Yeah, that's spot on.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's spot on. It's a description of reality. It's just that's what the maths over 400 years worth of calculations makes it. And I think you misunderstood what Bob was trying to show there. I think his proof of concept was just showing that an object can cast a shadow smaller than itself.
Yeah, I got that too. I got that.
Yeah, I think that's all he was looking to prove, because I have heard it by flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. The ball that I'm casting, the shadow that I'm casting on the ball, but it's from a long distance. Yeah, you got to. It's from a long distance, but it's a slight, tiny bit smaller. Tiny bit.
Well,
as far as I can get this ball to cast a shadow, it stays about that same size.
The reason it starts to lose its size is because of all the other light that's going around it. But I have the feeling that in space, quote unquote space, their space area, I have a feeling that the light up there isn't going to behave the same. It's not going to have that same effect of washing away the sides of this shadow to make it just 70. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Right. Yeah, and but just if Bob and Blue are listening, yeah, that was fair. I mean, that's a fair explanation. I'm not going to play dumbass today, but that's a fair explanation, man. But yeah, I'd like to. I think I'm with Randy on that. But we'll see.
Just test it and find out.
Well, Blue demonstrated it mathematically, and I demonstrated it in the real world. So unless you're going to tell me I faked the sunlight in my yard, your point is moot. Randy, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. If your panelists want to ask questions, they can filter them through you.
Well, the sunlight in your yard is not isolated. It's reflecting off of everything around that experiment. So how can you really say that's scientific?
Seems fair enough. The wishy-washiness of the back garden as opposed to the vastness of space, because you haven't got that wishy-washiness in space, have you? I wouldn't have thought so anyway. I mean, maybe you will have, who knows.
I'll say this: if this ball that I'm holding up right now in front of the sun, the farthest I can get a shadow cast, because it's the sun's going down, and well, that's probably helping. So let me try and cast over. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, that's when
Yeah, go ahead.
That's when you do it. It's when the sun's coming down, because the rays are low and you can actually get to them. You'd have to have a very high ladder to try and do it straight down from noon.
So this is almost perfect. Let me grab this other ball. You
can easily do it. This is a 30-second experiment. If you understand the very basics of light, this is a 30-second experiment you can do at home that just throws this entire argument that the flat earth's trying to make out the window.
We don't even agree on what light is.
I don't know.
Look, don't engage me. All right, I have nothing to say to you, Paige. I've got history with you, and I don't even want to hear from you. You're
let me ask you a question, Bob.
Superficial, and I don't have time for you. Matter of fact, run it all through Randy.
Wait, hold on, Bob. Hold on, Bob. One serious question. I hold this ball up. Let's say it's about 20 inches in diameter. Okay, I'm getting it to cast. Let's see. I'm getting it to cast about 55 feet. 55 feet. Is it supposed to be shrinking like the? Is it supposed to be starting to shrink like the penumbra? I wish I had my camera working, man. I could show you a lot better. Hey, I'm gonna call in from a different phone and see if I can get this camera working so I can show y'all real quick.
Well, maybe take a quick video and put it up on your channel. We can have a look.
In the meanwhile, can I?
Yeah, I'm about to grab a ball and do the same thing. I'll be back.
Can I ask a question? If it has to go through Ranty, we can put it on the postcard or something. But I'd like Bob to explain, and this is just from a simpleton, why is the edges diffused and not a crisp, clear-cut line as it was when you had it close? And it is from a simpleton's point of view. I think I know what it is, but I'd like you to explain to everyone. If you heard that, Bob. Or am I slurring wrong?
So, Bob, why do you think the edges were?
Am I on?
Yes, you're on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to answer. That was actually a very good question that Gleam asked, and I think that there's some refraction around the edges, and I think that that's actually, that's kind of like the double slit type thing.
Yep. I don't agree. I don't agree.
I think it was a great question though, and it's worth more research. I'll look into that for you. I think that's a great question.
Yeah, I don't. What I'm not coming from the point of view. Sorry, just to explain to everyone. I'm not coming from the point of view that I don't think the shadow decreases, because I'm not saying that. Oh, that's just a gradient diffusing away up to that stage, but. That's how I'll leave it. There we go.
No, it's a great question. I'll look into it.
See, I have a feeling that the shadow cast, when the shadow cast from the moon is going to stay stronger than the diffused one here on the Earth. That's what I have a feeling.
It goes through the same atmosphere, Ranty. And by the way, just to answer Brian's question earlier, the shadow of the Earth on the moon is about 3 or 4 times larger than the diameter of the moon, as Blue demonstrated very clearly, which is why if you time a solar eclipse in the period of totality as it takes to pass you versus the time that you can time the lunar eclipse, you'll find the lunar eclipse is many hours, and the moon in its orbit around the Earth moves through the sky 1 diameter per hour roughly. So it takes probably 3 or 4 diameters, which will be 3 or 4 hours. And I have a video on this that very clearly outlines both solar and lunar eclipses, the Saros cycle and the Selene-Helian eclipses very clearly. So you can go have a look at those if you want.
It'd be nice if they proved the distance to the sun before they asked us to assume what it's doing.
I'm not going to respond to that.
I wasn't expecting you to. It wasn't directed at you.
Yeah, I don't need to respond to that. It's already done.
No, I don't want you to respond to that. It wasn't directed at you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, all they've got at the minute is a diagram that shows that mathematically the sizes of these shadows would work. That's it.
Sure.
We need.
Well, Ranty, how would you find the distance
like
to
their
the moon?
Volt 9 core with the diagram that tells us all the levels of what's underneath us. When they got that wrong and they dug down there and found it was all different to what they said it was going to be. So these guys expect us just to take on board what they're saying, but they never actually prove it.
Well, now that we're done with that
Ranty,
distraction,
check out
Ranty, how do you calculate the distance? Give me 3 different ways to calculate the distance to the moon from the Earth.
Well, firstly, you're assuming that the moon is a solid object that we can actually go to.
It is.
Yeah, I know you're saying that.
And we have. We have.
Yes, but
no. Tell me 3 ways to determine the distance to the moon.
yeah, I've just said that you're assuming that it's a physical thing that we can get to. I mean, it could be like a rainbow that you try chasing and you never catch it because it always is in a different location.
So you can't. If you're not going to take the question seriously, I don't really have anything more to contribute on that.
That's the point, that we are taking it seriously. You're just saying we already know. And we're saying, no, hang on, we want to look at this a bit more seriously.
See you later, guys.
See you later, Bob.
See, they come in and say, okay, rule is no one can interrupt me, but then they run away as soon as you let them finish talking and then you ask them something, they run off. So, like, how pathetically childish. Wow.
He's just scared.
Okay, so you've got...
I'm going to have to make a video, man. I'm going to have to make a video, but hold on. Man, why didn't y'all ask him? Dude, has everybody here seen the little peanut-sized moon from high altitude?
Yeah, I've seen that.
On that. What's? I've never got an explanation from them. Don't
worry, if you watch the video, Plain Truth, tomorrow, I'm sure he's going to do a premiere on it. I'm on there talking about something very similar, and it might be really interesting to you, actually, about sunsets and alike. But anyway, yeah, I've got your image up. You're holding, what is it, a piece of paper against the wall?
Yeah, it's actually a planisphere that I cut out. That's the back side of it. I just held it up against the bricks, and then I started walking backwards, and I was looking at my shadow as I kept going farther away.
So that's two bricks. That's 2 bricks in width. So let's go back to the original. And that's 2 bricks in width, yeah?
Yeah.
But that's on the mortar. That's on the mortar, and that's just inside the mortar. So that's lost some of its size, hasn't it? It's not far off the same, but it has lost a little bit.
Of course, the sun is going down behind me there. It's about 7.
What's this here? That's not far off 2 bricks still, though, to be fair. It's kind of holding it. And that's about 2 as well. Yeah, I mean, that hasn't really changed, has it? I've got to say. What do you...
Sorry.
Yeah, that's not really changed, has it? The shadow, it's the same size. It's just that it's well, even then it hasn't really. It's not really diffused, has it? It's not like what Bob's did.
No, I think it's a little bit smaller than it originally was.
Yeah, but how far away are you from it? That's what I'm saying. We can expect that you will lose a small amount of the shadow, but not going from over 2,000 miles in diameter down to 70. You know, that's the issue. You know, I don't think that the shadows behave that way. You know.
Well, the object
This is
smaller.
why we've been asking them. Go, Cleary.
Yeah, the object is smaller in relation to the brick surface. So, you know, I don't know how that really relates, but
you might have lost 5% of the size, but how far away did you go? I mean, if you was to sort of like scale that per diameter, you must have moved away around about 40 diameters of that actual that cardboard or whatever it is cutout. You must have moved about 40 of those diameters away, and you might have only lost 5% of the shadow, right?
yeah, I have a very, very large sun behind me. You know, flooding light all around, bouncing off the cars and the wall and everything else. So, you know, I don't know. Just a quick observation.
Yeah, so that's why we're saying that this wouldn't, you know, you could scale that out just based on this, and if you lost 5% every 40 diameters or so, you know, then the moon is still going to cast at least half of its diameter on the Earth.
Yeah, it's just a flood of light. Visible light is a flood of light. Basically, if you turn all the lights off in your house during the daytime, the sunlight is not coming directly in, but it's going to bounce all through the house. So that's what's happening out there, is that light is coming in, and you're getting a little bit of a shadow, and you're getting a lot more light making contact with that brick wall. Like, I can't block all the sun from that brick wall with that tiny little circle. So just the same as the moon, there's going to be plenty of visible light coming in and, you know, creating a much smaller umbra.
Yeah, and I don't see how it would diffuse in space either.
It would diffuse in our atmosphere.
Yeah, but it wouldn't diffuse on its way to the Earth though, through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but they show it doing that. They show the light
Yes,
doing the same thing from the sun to the Earth as it does from the Earth's atmosphere to the ground.
That's right, but I don't.
I
go.
realized that if I did these shadows, if I waited longer in the day to do this, I could probably change the shadow. But I just held up a ball on a trailer, a white trailer, and then
mute, Ruff.
Anyway, how do I share my screen, Randy?
You see the two little squares.
Ruff, mute, mate. You're making heaps of noise.
Sorry, just had to get up and close the door.
Yeah, you've got two little squares at the bottom. It should say they overlap each other. It'll say share screens. Brian. Hello, Brian. Right, he's not sharing screens there. How's it going, Ruff?
Good. I heard Blue Marble Science do his demo.
Yep.
And you seem to accept that, so do I still need to do mine?
Nope.
Do you want to be doing... No? Alright, good.
Nope. And to be fair, the Rumpus could have done that. And, yeah, I mean, he'd have had congratulations from everybody. I mean, he could have literally done that. And he never did. He acted like a little girl's blouse, ran away.
You know what it is, though? It's because he has to open up his 10,000 page document, and that takes half an hour. Can I just ask, is anyone aware of the shadow illusion, where if you get like a triangular aperture which is basically a bit of cardboard with a triangle cut out on it. Shine the sun through that, and it will always cast a circular shadow. Are you aware of that?
No.
Veritasum done it. I'm not gonna. You'll get a.
Oh no, I saw that video. Yeah.
Screen.
That's in Bondi. That's Bondi Beach.
Yeah,
I think.
I've never been there, so yeah. Anyway, so what he does is he's got a square.
Hang on. Doorbell ring.
Square, circular, and triangular, and he's asking everyone, "What shape are you seeing? What shape are you seeing?" And it's always circular. So it's, can you solve this shadow illusion? Veritasum. And it's just basically an optical phenomenon similar to what I was just talking about, because the sun itself is a circle and it's casting the circular light, then it's going to block out a circle.
Glean, that's crazy you just said that, because I'm about to send some more photos where the shape changes. Give me 1 second.
Stop sharing.
I don't know why it wasn't working, man. I hit start recording. It says everything on my screen, but I couldn't hardly get shit on my screen. I'm going to try this one more time. I think maybe somebody else might have been sharing.
Sorry if I cut you off. Sorry. I waited for a bit, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent the pictures now. One of the pictures you can't see, but the circular object, when it's close up to the sun there, it's fine. But when you get pulled away, it turns into like a diamond shape on 2 different photographs.
Can I ask, Ruff, can you mind just muting when you're not talking, mate? Because it's making it really hard for me to hear. No,
hey,
it's really echoey for me.
Am I sharing screen?
You're not sharing the screen, no.
I'm not saying anything.
No.
Oh my god! It says that I am. It says anything that I.
Oh, is that porn? You've put porn on. Turn the porn off, mate.
Right. Yeah, it's big balls, man. Big balls. But, yeah, I want to show this shadow, man. This ain't nothing like he showed, man. And I could do this real time. I'm sitting there holding the ball. I got a perfect angle to the sun. I don't need no ladder or nothing. I got maybe 10 more minutes to figure this shit out. But I got 3 different kinds of balls in the shadows from about, let's say about maybe 50 ball diameters away from the side of the trailer, a white trailer. And they're the same size, man. A tiny bit smaller, man. I'm way away. And they're a tiny bit smaller, man, but I don't even have a tape measure. But yeah, just from the eye, I would say they're a little smaller.
Yeah, I mean, I think we lose a small portion, but I don't think, like I say, and I'm going to keep saying it, I don't think we're going to lose 97% of the diameter over the distance. I don't think that's going to happen. Ruhif, what do you say? Do you think there's going to be a shadow that travels through the vacuum of space, and on its way, it's being chipped away, chipped away, chipped away?
So the chipping away, you mean just the very slight angle away from parallel, causing it to come to a point?
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, it'll get to that point where there is no umbra, so there's no totality. Anything before that point will have totality. Anything after that will be an annular eclipse. Or, if far enough away, you call it a transit even. So like when Mercury transits the sun, right? That's kind of an annular eclipse.
So your prediction is...
Let me say one more thing.
Go on.
Well, I still got sun. It gives me options when it says start broadcast. It says camera roll, Skype, Messenger or Zoom. Obviously, it ain't Messenger or Zoom, but this hitting my phone. It's an iPhone 10 Max, so it's got a good camera and all that. But does anybody know?
Go Skype. Try Skype.
All right, I'm gonna try it right now in real time, real quick, man. Do I have to have my camera on? My Skype camera on?
Yeah, it might have to allow it and permit it.
Okay. Okay, that's on Skype. I'm gonna hit. Okay.
I can see your face. Yeah, I think you need to click on his face, Ranty.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so.
Okay, I gotta turn it around then.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hear. Okay, can y'all see this? The ball. I'm gonna back up.
Tell me when you want me to present you.
Yeah, present.
Right. Okay.
I can't see it. Okay, tell me, can you see the ball?
Hang on, wait a minute. I can see screen recording.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Screen recording is well, I wonder why it's doing that.
It's because you're recording. You're recording.
Yeah, that's it. Come out and then go to your
Okay,
camera
wait,
again.
yeah. If you see my screen, I already took pictures of it. I'll show this real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can see your camera now. We can see your camera. If you come back out of this.
Yeah. We see that.
You see that Harley Davidson trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that ball? You see the size of it? You see my shadow? Okay. Now, now I'm even further back. You see that my shadow, how elongated it is. I'm a good ways away from that trailer. So you see the shadow at the bottom left-hand corner of that trailer?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's the ball right there. It covers up, not an exact measurement, but you see the portion that it covers up. I came out and got a shot at the same distance, so we have the same proportion, shadow to ball. But so there's that, and there's a shadow. I mean, is there any difference? And I'm a good ways away, and I can keep backing up, and it doesn't really shrink any more than that. It's not really growing though. But so yeah, we got to look into this a little bit more. But thanks for letting me share that at least.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I honestly, the only way to test it is to actually get out there and perform it, So yeah. It's all right doing it mathematically, and I'm happy with the presentation that was put forth before that's explained, how you get the sizes that you get. But I still want to see that in reality. I want a demonstration, because like you've just presented, and was it Cleary before you just presented as well? Those shadows weren't getting smaller.
Okay. Do you want?
Did you see how that shade got distorted on that last one? Sorry.
Say again.
Did you?
Cleary, we didn't hear you, sir. You cut out a little bit for me. I don't know if anyone else heard
I didn't hear anything, no.
Sorry, I was holding back just for Cleary. I started over talking him.
Sorry, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the last series of photographs I sent you, the circular shape got distorted into like a diamond shape. But go ahead, Gleam. Sorry.
I'm too drunk to even remember what I was going to say. Come on, carry on.
Something that Brian showed probably with the shadow. But yeah, I'm about to take some more photographs here real quick. You guys go ahead.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I've just remembered. Sorry, Ranty, was that you?
No, it's fine. Carry on. Go on.
I'm so sorry. It's my first day off of my holiday. I've just had my kids go back to their mum, and I am enjoying myself. Put it that way. Right, Ranty. Okay, so big pipe, plastic pipe, paint it black inside. Okay, that will hopefully remove any whitewashing, let's say, from exterior.
Yeah. You just buy a black pipe.
Yeah, it'd have to be pretty big though, as in diameter wise.
Yeah, downspouts.
Yeah, not normal, sort of like 2-inch. It'd have to be more like 6.
Yeah, well, your downspouts are around about what, 4.5 inch.
You need a black 2-inch pipe, Ranty.
Huh?
Just 2-inch.
You need a black 2-inch pipe.
I think I would have thought you'd need.
Most would be happy with a 2-inch pipe, I'm sure.
Let's ask Paige.
Take a picture real quick.
2-inch.
But yeah, so do you get the where I'm coming from? So camera lens one side, and or camera lens. God knows where you're gonna have to come in one side of it, drill a hole through the side of it, and put the camera lens through it to measure the actual size of it.
Size
or
of
mirrors. You'll have to do it with mirrors.
Size of what?
Shadow. You're trying to measure the shadow, yeah, of what is cast just by that light, as opposed to any other diffused light interfering.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you put it in a pipe, if you think of sealing a pipe where only the torch is the light source and you can't have anything bleeding in from outside.
I got you now.
Yeah. So you have.
Ranty was talking about the pipe sort of collimating the light.
I'm talking about recreating a telescope, basically, where
you're talking about doing the whole experiment inside the pipe.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, cool. That could be good.
And Toady UK, Toady got it as well, because Toady was like he tried to do it with his flashlight, because he just scaled it and had a go at it, and said that his flashlight wasn't strong enough to produce the shadow that he needed to get an answer. And I found the same, because I tried it earlier. That's why I bought that 120,000 lumens flashlight. So that's absolutely going to be strong enough, and that's why I need a pipe to direct it, because he said, that he can't direct it either. And I'm like, no, that's why you need a pipe.
Well, I just used the actual sun, and the shadow was the same damn size, man.
Yeah.
See, now can I just bring it all back to reality and say we know who the pipe master is? Big Blue. Come on, give us your pipes that aren't containers.
That's funny, man. That's funny. Man, God. Oh yeah, man. I'll tell you something strange. Is I'm north of Cape Canaveral, so in my whole life, them NASA rockets went out, east over the ocean or southeast. I've never seen them come up my way. And the most recent NASA launch, not the one that they were hyping up so bad, but one just a few days later, right when the sun was coming up. I got a video of it, but I have a little bit better footage that I didn't post. But it was the weirdest thing, man, because she recorded it from this phone that I'm on right now. But I used my P1000, and when I was pointing at it, it was refracting, man. Like I couldn't aim directly at it. It was the weirdest thing. Can anybody explain that? And
blue beam.
That's weird. I don't know. I mean, well, it was weird because I couldn't aim directly at it. It was I had to, and that's what telescopes do. But one other thing is that as I looked at the video a little bit better, and it's right, it's almost parallel with the wires in front of my house. The bottom wire is just as straight as can be, man, and the other ones are sagging, but almost as straight as can be. Anyway, it's right in the middle of the wire, and if that thing is coming north, and you see it coming along the the third wire, and then as it gets parallel with me, it starts dropping down. It looks like it's going pretty much up the coast, and it's dropping down as it goes. I filmed it for as long as I could, and it got way below the wires. And I don't know. And the only explanation to that would be is if it was going out. It looked like it was going 90 degrees to me, but it could have been going out and away from me, and looked like it's 90 degrees. I mean, perspective's a funny thing. We know that, so I don't want to jump to conclusions. But I don't know. I need to show that video too. But can anybody explain why I would have to aim my camera a little bit to the side of the rocket to film it? Why is it refracting like a telescope? Why couldn't I point my camera? Why couldn't I point my camera directly at it? That's the weirdest thing in the world.
I don't get that. Sorry, are you talking about the trajectory of the rocket, as in curling over? Can you go over that one again? Sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah. Two weird things. One weird thing is I was trying to film it with my P1000, and I had to aim off to the side a little bit to film it.
As in advanced?
Man, I forgot, man. I want to say, you could hear me talking about it in the other video. I'm like, man, it's weird. I can't. aim directly at it. But yeah, I think I was having to.
I think I know what you mean. I can visualize it.
Yeah, I think I was
can
having to lead
visualize
it a little. Yeah, I think I was having to lead it a little bit in advance.
Yeah, put it this way: as it's going up, because it's going away from you as well, it was going down as well with perspective. Is that what I'm getting?
That's a possibility. If it was definitely going down, it looks like 90 degrees. And I'll tell you another thing, right where it's coming from, if it went up the coast, up the east coast, and was heading offshore, just like about let's say 10 degrees, that would be 90 degrees to me, because I'm at the top part of Florida, just right along the same coast as Canaveral.
Okay.
But
Blue Marble Science says to Gleam, does a container cause pressure?
Yes. Everything causes pressure. Things cause pressure. Everything is pressure. Under pressure. Unless you're Spersky Mom.
Have you?
Wouldn't it be relative?
Have you guys seen?
Sorry, you get drunk, Gleam, today. Hey, sorry?
Have you guys seen the concerts that like people like Elvis are doing their little holographic? I think Marina Abramovich has just done an ad or something where she's a hologram image. It's quite possible that that's what you're looking at when you see one of these rockets. They look that real now.
Man, did anybody see that one? Anybody seen the video with all them drones making them shapes? Did you see them drones making them shape? They are unbelievably good. I just seen a video yesterday or the day before of some drones that there's like a little fleet of drones, man, and they're making all these shapes and 3D shapes up in the air. Man, I gotta find a way to share that, man. It's unbelievable what these drones are doing, man.
They've had like microwave voice to skull things. There's a pattern that's been there since like the 60s, and they've even got like billboards now that where you walk up to them, one person will hear what it's saying, and the person right next to you won't.
You are perfectly right. You're spot on, Paige. There is even in the UK. I don't know whether the rest of the world get this. Is the Gadget Show? Ranty, you must know what I'm on about. The Gadget Show, the Ranty Show.
Yeah, I remember it. The Gadget
Show.
Yeah, I remember.
The guy with the bald head, and the girl in there. What they were in the Arndale, I think, in Manchester, and one of them was up at the top part of the shopping centre, and it's a packed Saturday afternoon, and there was a guy downstairs, probably about 40 meters away, and what they had was a directed speaker. And it was literally directed to the guy's ear, and only he could hear it, and anyone in that pathway.
I've seen that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And that's on mainstream TV. The Gadget Show is just basically what's the new tech. The earlier one was Tomorrow's World, if anyone's as old as me.
Right, that Black Mirror, that had that technology that you were talking about, Paige, about the concerts. But they actually had this in this.
Yeah.
That it seems like everything from that Black Mirror seems to be coming true.
Do you know how that works? The holographic one?
Yes, doesn't
it's
it?
mist.
Yeah.
It's
They've even got holographs you can feel.
Well,
you need it to project onto something like a rainbow. A rainbow would need the water in order to actually see it. So it's the same thing. It's an illusion because of the mist or whatever it's using to actually create a backdrop. Like, has anyone seen the whale? It's a whale. It's like a killer whale that jumps out of a gym floor and then splashes in on the floor.
Yeah, and there's water and everything. Yeah, you see it splashing. They've got like polar bears and
splashing,
all kinds of stuff.
Splashing warrior.
Good call, Randy.
Let me. I've got a couple of super chats. John M. Scott, I've just read your email. Actually, I read your other email that you sent me before. But so John M. Scott anyway says, love the shows. I sent you an email a couple of weeks ago. I've just resent it now. I'd appreciate if you could read it and get back to me. The subject line is, I have faith. I have flat Earth observations. Cheers. Yeah, I've read it. Can't wait to see what you've got. Your distance only beats mine by a couple of miles, but I would love to see what you've got. And I believe you've got a big channel interested, so that should be interesting what you actually bring forth with that observation. And My Realm as well said, love your channel, Ranty. If you haven't subscribed to My Realm, perhaps go on over and have a listen. She does her own little streams over there now and then, so highly recommend popping over and just having a listen. There we go. Right, so carry on, guys. The Black Mirror, have you seen them, Ruhif?
No.
Yeah.
I'm sort of not paying attention at the moment.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there's a TV series called Black Mirror. Now, if you're, conspiracy minded, you'll watch these and you'll understand everything that's basically being shown in them. And if you're like a globy or you're not awake, you'll watch them and you'll think, "Wow, that's real fantasy. That wow, it's real fantasy." Yeah, except the Black Mirror. I think they came out about 5 years ago. And everything that they've put forth, basically, you can see most of them have already come forth and happened. Social scoring.
Yeah, I've seen all of them. Them are awesome, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Red, can I share my screen?
Yes, you can share your screen. Yeah. I hope you're not topless again. I'm covering you up in case you frighten everyone.
Yeah, that's fine. Tell me when when you can see.
Yeah, we can see. Screen. Right. Yeah. Starlink Nonsense by Daniel Pratt.
Yeah, it's Dearth, so it's mirrored, it's shared. Watch this. It's crazy.
Okay. Can't hear anything, but
can't hear.
Yeah, you don't need to. Wait, just watch closely right here. Look at this. Look at this drone display.
That is pretty cool.
That is cool. But how fast are those drones moving in the video? I mean,
I was just showing it, man. I think it's badass just to show you what they have on. This is public.
Really? Is that somebody driving them, or is that like programmed in?
No. I didn't mean that. Sure. This is out for the public. I'm just saying the possibility of. I would hope they got something better than what we have, But I was just showing that. I thought it was cool anyway, even if you don't want to speculate.
Should we speculate?
It's fun to speculate sometimes, man.
It is.
Nah, we won't speculate right now.
Yeah, it's easy to see how Starlink could be something like that.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Go on, Ruhif, tell us why.
You can triangulate the distance to these things.
Really? Triangulate the distance to that drone.
You need to watch that whole video.
You need two observers, and you can do it easily.
Yeah, if you know the speed or the distance, you can't guess them both. If you assume one or the other, then yeah, they work out perfect. They're not going to send something out without an explanation. Come on. No, that's not saying that they do. I'm just saying if they were bull faking it, then they would have. I would hope they would have that covered. But I'm not.
You can triangulate the distance to the ISS.
Look at all that curve, Ranty.
Yeah, look at all that curve.
Like, far out, man. Our world is so curvy.
Look how the sun's lighting up that whole planet too. They act like they know what the sun is, but man, Anyway, that's it, man.
Hang on.
Hello.
That's NASA calling.
You've not earned your money this week, Ruhif. You got to shill harder, mate.
I thought that was a deal or no deal going on. It's the banker.
So yeah, tune in tomorrow, Plain Truth, for our discussions about Sunset. You might be interested in that, Gleam.
Yeah, straight away. Me and Plain Truth have got a debate with MC Toon and Conspiracy Cats on the 7th.
Oh wow.
So that should be fun. Yeah, that's to do with
Hey,
refract.
you and who?
Well,
me and Plain Truth. Me and Travis.
Oh,
Salute
hell
Travis.
yeah.
King of the Ether band. Seriously. My
Y'all are
guy.
both well spoken, man.
That should be a good debate actually, because you four can, hold your tempers quite well. So
That's it. I've got some Mickey taken to take of Conspiracy Cats though. Him and his little gimpy guy that seek truth, speak nonsense, whatever his name is.
Oh, don't start me off on him, that prat. Couple of days ago, he puts a video out, right? And I kid you not, right? And he says it's 3 minutes into his video, and he turns around and he says, "Flat Earth cost me my business." Right? It cost him. Yeah, he said. Right.
Ruff, careful.
Get this. He
Send
said.
your money offshore.
He says.
Who are you talking about?
Seek truth and speak truth.
Okay.
Right. So he says, "I'm having to move home because I can't afford to keep my house anymore. I've lost my job. My business, and it's all down to Flat Earth." Right. And I was like, "You fucking what?" I thought. So I went back and I looked. The guy's done 19 videos about Flat Earth. And a total, this is over like 8 months, 19 videos, and he spent a total of 3 hours on these videos, right? And it is basically just a guy talking to the camera. So there's no presentation, there's no research, there's just a guy talking for no more than 3 hours in total over 8 months. And since then, he came out as a globe earther, and since then, in the past, 6 weeks or so, he's done 61 videos on globe Earth, right? 19 videos on Flat Earth, 61 videos on globe Earth, and yet he turns around on his video and says, "Oh, I've lost my business and it's all down to Flat Earth and I'm going to be losing my house and blah, 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 blah. Woe is me, pity me," And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. 3 hours worth of work.
I feel like I exposed his lack of knowledge. The first video he did talking about switching on Jose's, I feel like I exposed. I wasn't trying to grind on him like I do sometimes, but I feel like I exposed his lack of knowledge for Flat Earth just by a couple simple questions, man. Sometimes you just got to think and you got to see how they respond.
He was never a flat earther.
Right.
He was never a flat earther. I'm sorry, but I had never heard of him. I don't think nobody had heard of him. Nobody had heard of him. And then it's like somebody's a flat earther's turned to be a globe earther. Well, who is it? Oh, it's Seek Truth and Speak Truth. And like everybody went, who?
Seriously.
I asked him. You know what I asked him, Gleam? I asked him. I said when I finally got a chance for a little one-on-one, I said, what was your best proof when you were a flat earther? Because supposedly he just switched. It's like what was your best?
I was watching it. I think I heard it. I think I heard that exact stream. Yeah.
And he's tongue-tied, man. He didn't know what to say.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly that. And exactly that, Randy. Who is he? I've been watching the scene 6 years, and seriously, he's a blink in the eye. And all I can put it down to is Jose. Jose done the switch. That was kind of a big thing, and you've got to admit that. That was kind of like a big thing, going from Nathan's show every day to starting up his own and going out in the big wide world.
Well, I don't know actually, because I actually had an email from somebody, one of my one of my subscribers. I'm not going to say who it is because he's quite well known, but he sent me
you announced it.
He sent me an email saying, listen, you need to check this guy out because look at when he did this video about Flat Earth, and you've got Fight the Flat Earth in there, and Fight the Flat Earth is criticising him, and he's giving it a love heart. He's love hearted the comment, and this is from like a year ago, and it's like it's quite clear when you actually listen to his videos. It's basically he doesn't really know anything about Flat Earth at all. He's done a few videos just talking, to the camera, and that's his backstory. It's like it's his backstory to being I'm an ex-flat earther. I mean, come on. I mean, the how would if you're trying to get into this niche, right? Okay, you've already got the Fight the Flat Earth jumped in when there was a bit of a gap. So did Conspiracy Cats and Simon Dunn. They filled the void. They got in whilst the going was good, and they got their their subscribers up. But it's really difficult now, you know, to actually get something fresh and something different. Well, get an ex-flat earther in there, you know, with a bit of a backstory, who's, you know, and suddenly, you know,
it's a setup. It's definitely I'm gonna be Pete Shea tonight. It's a setup.
Dude, that's what they're failing to understand, though, man.
No, but he blamed it on.
Nobody's stuck on a flat Earth model. Look, I mean, if good enough proof to satisfy, I'm sure we all have our different criteria or standards, but to each one of us, we're not stuck on flat Earth. You know, we're just mainly not happy with all the explanations for a globe. There's too many holes in it, and I've gotten some answers, you know, that have satisfied me, but I'm not going to just jump right into another model, you know. But I mean, if we ain't a cult. I mean, if we went up on ISS or whatever, I mean, if the shit was real, I mean, but there's so many, this stuff they show us is bogus, you know. Maybe it is real, but what they're showing us ain't it, you know. That's my stance, you know. But nobody's stuck on flat Earth, man. They make it sound like prove a flat Earth, you know. To me, this movement is about waking up to the truth, man, as much as it is about flat Earth. I don't know, man.
Then Ruhif said before you can triangulate the ISS. Yeah, okay, so you can show me a math equation that says something should be such and such distance away. That still doesn't prove that's what it actually is. Right? They've got no evidence that it, you know, why would you not film putting that together? Like,
yeah, guys.
Yeah, how about the glaring problem, though? The glaring problem that I always bring up, man. Like, their number one argument is the sun and angular size, right? And they're talking, and then they just throw this bullshit right in front of our face. ISS, they say it's 250 miles. It's the size of a football field, and we're seeing it across the entire United States.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Now, what happened to the angular size argument? I mean, what is it? Which is it, right? I don't know.
Can you see my screen, guys? Just to say, I know I'm going back on this, but I was talking about this before. I know you've changed subject, but I just want to finish this off. So here we have conspiracy cats. Actually, that's conspiracy cats in about 7 years. So just listen to what this guy says. This is like a couple of days ago, this video. It's only like a 15-second clip, so just pin your ears back. Here we go. Hang on. Let's get the volume. Yeah, here we go.
Basically a big fresh start. Within a month, I'm going to not even have this location. You know, NASA are giving me a proper set now. Not really. But yeah, I'm moving because I can't afford to live here anymore. Not this garage. I've got a lovely house over there. Because I got so into flat Earth that I let my own business drop. And this is now a consequence 7-8 months after coming out of flat Earth. So if people say it isn't damaging, it is.
Seriously, he laid it.
Oh my god! So he even says, "I spent too much time on flat Earth, and this is the result." But he won't take responsibility for that.
Just the kind of people this movement doesn't need.
I mean, he only did, like I say, he only did a total of 3 hours worth of flat Earth videos. So here's his original videos. It's just a guy sat there with his hat on, talking a bit here, there, 18 minutes there, 12 minutes there, it adds up. Total of 19 videos for 3 hours worth of work. And that 3 hours worth of work, these 19 videos over an 8-month period, right, is the reason that he lost his business and he's lost his house, and it's all down to flat Earth.
Just drove him sloth.
No word of a lie. But it's nothing to do with the fact that he's done 61 videos in the past 3 months. It's nothing to do with that for a globe earther, and it's been in lockdown, and lockdown's happening, and everybody's lost, you know, maybe lost the business. My missus has just lost her job, so she hasn't got a job anymore, so I'm the only earner, and I can't work because I've got this fucking problem. But hey, it's all down to the coronavirus, right? It's nothing to do with flat Earth, is it? You know, that's why people are losing their jobs. But to blame it on flat Earth for 3 hours worth of work, it's just, the backstory doesn't add up, doesn't pass the smell test. I'm sorry.
I just did a job for a lab technician for one of the pretty big labs up here in North Florida, and she gave me two stories real quick. It's weird because she brought it up, and she said that it's a flu, just a different strain of the flu, and she said it's a less deadly strain of the flu. And I'm not going to expose this lady's name, because and she also said that I asked her, do you know anybody who has it? Have you met anybody that you know personally? And she said that her friend had she knows one person. There's her friend and his wife. I don't remember if she said girlfriend or wife, but never even got it, and they were together all day, and nobody else around him even got it. So that was weird, coming right from a lab technician test. I don't know if she was testing for that, but she was describing the tests and the viruses. She told me a bunch of shit. She said that they can't really see a virus. She said it's real, but it's not. In her opinion, it's not all what it's hyped up to be. She was trying to put two and two together, and I don't blame her.
Hey, if you guys are around
back at the beginning of this. Oh, sorry, Auntie, you go.
Well, no. Well, if you've got something to carry on with that, that's fine.
Oh, I was just going to say, right back at the beginning, when we first started talking about this, I remember saying, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not. It's the lockdowns that are going to have the effect. The lockdowns, the loss of business, they want to change money, get rid of currency, put it all digital, the social distancing for the facial recognition, the lockdown, that was the agenda, not the virus. Like that, it doesn't even matter, even if it is real, that's not what this was about. They've used that as an excuse, and it's the lockdown. That's what you've got to pay attention to. Why are they doing the lockdown?
I think it was a toxin that we were exposed to that the immune compromised fell victim to, but everyone else basically is fine.
Do you want me to freak all your heads out? Right.
Oh, go on.
Before you do, tell me what's wrong with this image. Or, well, it's an image, obviously, but tell me what's not, favourable for the globe in this.
That sun looks huge. That's the kind of sun I see setting over the lakes. Like, it gets bigger. It looks massive.
Well, it's a nice picture. I don't see what you're trying to say. Can you please explain it clearly there, please, Renty, sir?
Okay, so I thought the sun was supposed to set behind the horizon.
Yeah, it's like a mirage or something. It's trying to cut through. Weird.
No.
They'll say the light's bending around.
The sun is in front of the horizon.
That could be just reflective bleed. If you can see, it's reflecting, and it points out like a little skirt. If you can imagine that. So follow it right the way round. As soon as you get to a certain point, which is actually the reflective line on all the other things, it goes out like a skirt. So that's like the reflection in the water.
Well, if you look at I
told you I'm being Pete today, whether you like it or not.
Well,
this is a reflection in the water there,
Well, this isn't the linchpin of my argument for sunsets at all. It was just something else that I spotted today, and I mentioned it to Travis, and he was like, that's interesting. But this might give you an idea of what we're talking about and how we're going to explain it, but it's really cool. I have to say, I'm going to keep bigging it up because yeah, it is. It's a beautiful image, isn't it? But this is
the geometrical. That's just way too far away.
The what? Sorry.
If that's
we don't see the geometric horizons.
Listen, let me bring up a good point real quick. And Gleam, listen to this, Travis, maybe for y'all's debate. I doubt they'll ask you a question this stupid, but they might. It's kind of a Lale question, if you ask me. Always asking how he'll show a picture like that, and he'll say, "How could you have this on a flat Earth?" And they've explained convergence a million times, but if you're watching this sun set like that, okay, and if it is a flat Earth and everything is converging, okay, and the sun's converging off farther, okay, don't he know that even if it was, over 5,000, 8,000 miles, whatever, 10,000, that between you and that sun would be mountains, somewhere off in some country. You're going to have to cross, trees, all this shit. And that brings me to the black swan. There, I've heard a couple people arguing, like, look, look at the second oil rig. It's cut off. It looks like some of it's cut off, so the horizon's got to be before that. Well, I say no, because if he's down at 1 foot or is down with his camera in the sand, then the waves can potentially block. That follows their own rules as the waves being higher than the camera. The same thing with the mountains being higher than the sunset. Okay.
Yeah,
so of course,
Brian.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've got the NOAA website right here if you want it, of that exact same day that BMLS, sorry, I'm drunk, so it'll BMLS, whatever it was.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, took the actual photo, and NOAA says the maximum it was 4 foot, so you've got to divide it by 2. Ranty and Rumpus done the calculations on here, and I've used that example many a time and cited that video, even to Big Blue himself. You remember that,
yeah.
Ranty, you calculated it out to be perspective perfectly fine, and Rumpus was all in agreement. And if you remember, you had to actually give Rumpus some leeway, because it didn't work when he put an over accentuated curve in there, if you remember that.
I do.
Yeah, I remember like it was yesterday, you see, because it was very nice to see Rumpus not, even though he was probably calling you an idiot every other sentence, he was walking through the idea of a flat Earth, and it worked. It explained that photo perfectly.
Gleam, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm always trying to, if I'm trying to explain it to them, I feel like I have to explain the sun thing, like almost every damn show. It feels like it anyway. Like, oh my God, y'all don't even, can't they see the different arguments? But besides that, they're not here to defend. So, in fact, where are y'all at? Come defend. But anyway, I'm gonna say, what do they call? Okay, if they're gonna say angular resolution is not something starting to converge. What do we call that? What's the name of that? Like, this thing's converging, the hallways, like say the hallway converging out at the end. What do they call that? Because they don't count the ground as part of the angle and angular resolution. And I'm like, okay, no, I'm not talking about angular size. Yeah. Okay. What's that?
Sorry, that wasn't me.
No, so I'm wondering what yeah, go ahead.
They call it Fleur perspective.
Yeah, but ain't that part of the Rayleigh criterion where things converge together? Wouldn't angular size, wouldn't the ground be considered a potential part of an angle?
It is exactly angular size. It's not that they don't. I've heard your exact argument, Brian.
Hey guys, just Sin on the Plain Truths channel. He's got the premiere ready to go in 12 hours. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link in the description right now, and hopefully you'll prepare yourself for the presentation that I walk the Plain Truth through. Hopefully it may explain sunsets on a flat plane. That's the plan anyway, so I'll post the link right now.
There's only so much of the ground that you can actually see in front of you before it squashes up into a false horizon. And I always explain it as the train tracks. You stand up on train tracks, you see 100 of them. You lay down on train tracks, you only see 10 of them. Where, as Brenda would say, where did the 90 other rungs of the track go? They disappeared into your horizon. They compressed into that horizon. And
it doesn't even compute for them. All they will say is just, if you get higher, you can see farther. I'm like, well, you can do that on a table. You can get right down on a table and you can't see very far, and you come up and you can see farther, and that's a flat surface.
Can I present my screen? And this is more of what Travis is going to present, but if I present my screen and I'll show you, it's Action Lab. Again, it's a commercial guy who does the old...
Yeah, I watch this guy.
Yeah, that's it. And if you look at the sun there, I'm not going to play it again because you'll get strikes. because you see, I only cite mainstream science. And no, I'm only joking. I don't. But anyway, so he starts off.
How many beers have you had?
Not beers. I don't do beers.
What,
I do 40%
champagne?
as
Champagne.
No, Jack Daniels. Come on. I've had
Baby Sham.
3 triple shots of honey Jack Daniels and half a hip flask full of normal Jack Daniels, and I've still got half a bottle of apple Jack Daniels left. So how many hours are we going for? No, I'm only joking. Either way, so what he does is he just changes his view with his camera. So up here you see it as a perfect circle. Now bear in mind this is that sugar solution, so it's a gradient from dense at the bottom, less dense at the top.
So this is Rumpus's tank.
Yeah, similar to that, but this guy's dropped a ball bearing in it, and that
looks compressed. That looks quite compressed to me.
Yeah, well that's it. If I do it, where is it? Is it this button? Yeah. Sorry, let me just do a bit of Daley Thompson decathlon.
Keep running. Faster.
I'm going. This is left hand as well. I'm not used to this. And yeah, that's after the 5th Jack Daniels.
He's over there looking like a fiddler crab.
What, you only use one hand?
Well, sort of like a hand and a foot. It's all about the girth. Not 2 inches, mate. Not 2 inches. Page says so. Authorised. Anyway, getting back to the balls, not the shaft. I would like to present that half a sun, which the top half still curves over like a ball, but the bottom half is compressed like a line. And I'm not saying this is definitely how it goes, but what he does is he drops down and he proves this is kind of like looming, Ranty, and I will say this is the demonstration of how light bends through the medium, and you won't argue with this because he comes right down. If I just do that, either way, he comes right down, and now his center of frame is actually below the middle of the ball, so he can still actually see it.
I don't think that's the... here it.
Yeah, he drops down right below. Yeah. Sorry,
Go on.
Decathlon in. I never won the decathlon thing. I always had to spend quids instead of just 20p, and I'd be there for years. Can you see it there now? I don't know whether... Yeah, let me just...
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, sorry, because he will strike, or it will auto-strike. But if you can see it there...
That's not above. You can see that on the left-hand side. You can see the line, the left-hand...
The halfway through the thing is... I mean, the bottom of the tank where he's got all the sand, it starts here. So his center frame is literally an inch below the bottom of the ball. But because of this sugar soap solution, which you'll fully be aware, because this is exactly just explaining and showing that laser light. There we go. So it's like that. So all it is the top of the ball, if that had a little light on the top of the ball, right down here at the bottom, it would bend right the way to the bottom of the glass. Whereas up here, it'd be up here somewhere.
Yeah, but I'd still like to see a demonstration of looming with something being lifted up in its entirety.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not saying this is looming of the curvature of Earth.
Right, okay.
I'm saying this is just the deflection of light, and it's exactly what you know and understand.
Yeah.
It's literally, as we go down here now, this will start to go in the middle, and it's just before the point it exits the tank, or enters the tank, should I say.
Yeah, watch this video tomorrow for the sunsets, you know.
Yeah.
This is a great addition to that, for sure.
Yeah. Now, can I just make a massive point? And not a lot of globers even know this, even though they do. Once they think about it logically, they go, oh yeah, that sun, Ranty, can you share your screen and put up that image of the sun again?
Yeah,
if that's okay. The only reason I'm saying is that you are aware that the sun you're looking at on any horizon is not the real sun.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't be spoiling my presentation now.
I
You.
apologise. I will. That was spoiler alert.
Oh no, you know
Sorry,
it's.
I will shut up. I will shut up because. Because either way, that is one of my core arguments to say, and I think Nathan's latch onto it. Have you heard his saying where he says, "What are you on about? The not apparent horizon on the not apparent this on the not apparent
position of the not apparent.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's hilarious.
Not apparently moving.
It's good.
Not apparently changing size.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to play a video for you guys. Let's see. So, watch this. Not this. Hang on, which one is it? Here we go. Yeah, watch
I'll
this.
give Nathan this. It is logically sound, though. That is the logically sound argument.
No, that's what I'm saying. I love it when he comes up with them, and QE really. I love it when they come up with these quips.
Right.
Go on, Randy.
Who's going to play Rumpus? Who's going to play Rumpus right now?
Utter. It's got to be me, isn't it?
Right. You see the.
Shout though.
Do you see these? Do you see these?
You do it best, Gleam.
Do you see these chemtrails here? Do you see them, Rumpus? These chemtrails.
You utter know nothing about clouds. These are cirrus. Come on, you utter. Let me get my diagram.
These are clouds. All right. Okay. So these are clouds, Rumpus, are they? Right. These are clouds. Right. So what we have a plane spraying, and we have a plane spraying, and the shadow of the chemtrail, the trail that comes out of the back of it, is reflecting off the cloud or the chemtrail underneath. And guess what? It's the same width.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Now then, I was thinking about this. How in the world will you be ever able to replicate anything celestial that's casting a shadow on anything underneath? And you can't. And I know that people have gone out today, footballs, basketballs, whatever, trying to show that the shadows don't change the sizes. Well, here we have a plane spraying with the chemtrails, and far below that, underneath the plane, is the shadow that it's casting, that's reflecting off the clouds or the chemtrails underneath it. So it's hard to guess how far that would be. It could be 500 feet, it could be 1,000 feet, who knows, the distance between the shadow, between the actual chemtrail and the shadow of the chemtrail underneath. But they are the same width, right?
Yeah, have you ever seen a shadow of a plane go over over a field? A long time ago, we were all playing football, and a plane was coming over, and it was either landing or taking off, I forgot, but yeah, the shadow, it just darted across the football field, and it covered pretty much about twice the width of the football field, and it was going from end zone to end zone, just shoot, and it was maybe bigger than the plane, but at least just as big or close to it anyway. That's great.
How'd you like that, Gleam?
I see that as like what Brian was just doing a minute ago.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a thin line, and the sun is behind it more.
But the scale.
I don't know whether I'm right. Yeah, no, you're right with the actual. It's going into more like a pinprick.
So let's work it this way, right? So let's play with some figures. Let's suppose that the actual chemtrail coming out of the back of the plane. Let's supposing that's 50 feet in width, and let's supposing that it's 1,000 feet above the cloud. It's all guesses at this point.
Yeah.
But that's 20 times. So the diameter of the actual chemtrail compared to the to where it's actually reflecting off the clouds, that's 20 diameters of the actual original chemtrail. Now, if you think of the distance from the moon back to the Earth, is it like 100 diameters or thereabouts of the moon? So.
Okay. No, it wouldn't be that many, would it?
I think it is. Yeah, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I think
8,000 miles goes to 238.
Well,
yeah, about.
I think it's about 100. No, it's about 100. I think.
It's about 40.
So.
Earth diameters.
Yeah, but I'm talking about moon diameters. Moon diameters back to the Earth. It's about 100.
110. Yep.
So what
about that, yeah.
So what we're looking at here is we're looking at no change between the width of the chemtrail and the actual chemtrail underneath. But yet we're supposed to believe that 97% of the width of the diameter of the moon shadow is lost, and it's only traveling 5 times as far, or proportionally 5 times the diameter proportionally.
That's a good point, man.
Can I do a drunk plot twist?
Yeah. But listen. Well, one last thing. What else are you going? What other object are you going to be able to look at, other than planes, or essentially, or with a plane with a black chemtrail, where you're going to actually see the shadow of the chemtrail? You know, where you can actually measure a shadow. You know, and you can see damn well that there's no change between the width of the chemtrail and the shadow it produces, showing, therefore,
great argument,
showing that, you know, there's no loss of width there on that. So why should we be losing it from the moon?
I get that. But let me do a drunk plot twist and shoot me down, because I am drunk and I probably will get this wrong.
Shoot you down.
No, I need that back up. I need that back up.
You need it back. You need to get it up.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, let's not go there again. Either way, okay, how I see it.
Had far too much to drink for that.
I haven't. No way. I'm just starting the party. I'm waiting for the clubs to open if they do.
You're one of those guys, are you?
Anyway, no, not at all. So the plane, let's say plane is 30,000 feet. I'm just going to put a random figure on it.
Yep.
The cirrus clouds, and I can't do this in a Rumpus shouty voice, but the cirrus clouds are 60,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, although they may appear, due to perspective, that they are the same size, the actual shadow cast, double the distance, is twice the width in reality. Comprende?
Comprende, home. Comprende? Comprende? No comprende.
So it appears to be the same size, but if you were to now zoom into the cloud or go up to the plane's height and look at the actual cloud.
Well, I've got another video. Hang on. Here's another one. So here's another video. Now, the sun in this obviously is to the left. There's the chemtrail. Sorry, there's a contrail. Let's say contrail. And there's where the front of the actual shadow is, right where the cursor is, because obviously, you know.
Yep. No, you're right. That is no altitude more.
Yeah,
I agree with that. That is definitely in line.
This is giving you some idea of scale here, because that shadow is
that's good.
Is a good half a mile, I would say, in front of that plane, showing that there's a huge difference between the heights of that and the shadow. And when you play the video, you know, obviously, again, there's no change in the shape, in the size of the reflected contrail.
I would definitely say that is 1-0 Ranty to Drunk Glean. Definitely.
Yeah. I think it's
my argument down.
I was saying
my plot twist down. 100%.
I was saving these for the Rumpus, because I was hoping the Rumpus was going to stay a little longer, and I could have asked him about this. In fact, I wanted to get him to actually sort of like basically turn around and say, "No, they're clouds, Ranty. They're clouds," and then go.
Shot me down straight away. I can only explain that now if the plane has cut through the cloud.
Well, isn't that...
And it's leaving its own trail, and then that trail is leaving a shadow on the cloud slightly to the left or to the right.
Well, don't you think at the end of the day we've got a good argument there to say to the Globers, hey, you've just said that the shadows get smaller. Well, here we have a demonstration of objects up in the sky, very high up. Obviously, you can't manipulate them from the floor like you can do what Cleary was trying to do before and Bob the Science Guy. But these are planes, and they're the reflection of the contrails, and they're very easily, you know, to actually measure that you can see they're the same damn width.
You know what they get out of obfuscation free card?
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, how did the sun get that low in the first place?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Wait, what? When,
they don't
Blue,
understand the acute angle.
When Blue was showing that earlier, didn't he say that it more than makes up for it? He said that the Earth's shadow covers the moon 4 times. Well, when we see the lunar eclipse, we see something about the same size, the same way the solar eclipse happens. We see something the same size as the sun, from down on the ground anyway, coming up over the sun. And it's the same thing on the moon. You know, it comes up over it, sits there for a second, and then and goes back down. I mean, I mean, 2 problems with that. 2 more problems. If it's 4 times bigger, the shadow is 4 times bigger, then we should see a way bigger shadow starting to come across the eclipse of the moon, and it should last 4 times longer. You know, and also, and then why can we still see a red haze and still see, you know, a little faint makeup of the craters and all that stuff on the moon? I mean, there's more problems. And instead of entertaining them, trying to figure them out with us, they just come up with a single-handed answer in their own mind, and that just satisfies everything. They're no fun sometimes, man.
And then Ruff will say, "You just have to accept it. You just
don't
have to accept
understand."
it."
Like,
Yeah.
What do you mean we don't understand? We understand. How are we debating this shit if we don't understand your side of it? You know?
Hey, Cleary, are you still there, mate?
Yeah, I was just thinking, if the moon is 70 miles wide, how high up would it be? I'm sure somebody can figure it out.
Yeah.
According to that Go Fast rocket, man, it looks up about level with the Go Fast rocket, and it looks a long way off, and it's a tiny little spot, man. It's not the size of Go Fast rocket. No, I'm just kidding. But it's way off in the distance, but it's about that height. So if the Earth is flat, then that's about how high it is, because it was about 72 miles, between 70 and 80 miles. That'd be a guess.
Hey, sorry, I was going to say, if it was that, it'd have to be around about 9,000 miles up.
About 9,000 miles. Okay.
No, that's assuming you know exactly what it is, man. Because I mean, it doesn't act like regular lights. If it's something solid and tangible, then would it do funny to, like the sun and the moon both like light up local clouds and shit like that? It's like, man, if it's something that's shining over the entire Earth, then it's going to light up all the clouds in our vision. Why in the hell wouldn't it?
What is the variation with the Umbra? Has it always been 70 lately, or has it been like 100 miles wide? Or
the Umbra's supposed to cover the size of the moon. I mean the penumbra. Oh yeah. I've heard it as low as 30 miles, 30 to 70 is what I've heard.
Well, hands up who is going to use the black chemtrails as an argument against the moon size, the shadow of the moon. Nobody? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Hey, let me retract something real quick. I couldn't say it's 72 miles up, because that is just totally eliminating perspective out of the whole equation. So, yeah, but it, perspective-wise, it was level with the rocket, and it was very small, very, very small.
I guess I crashed and burned there, guys.
No, I'll get your point with it though, Ranty. I do get your point, definitely. The point is that. The point is there that you've got a shadow which is the same size right next to the actual another cloud, let's say.
No, the point is that from an object in the sky, because we've only got the celestial bodies that we can actually say that's what they say, but we can use something else to back up that claim, something that we can...
Yeah, in other words, we're not going to find a better example.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we can find a better example of something that we can look up at that will behave similarly, due to the atmospheric conditions and the higher up and blah, 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 blah. And you can actually see them very clearly. You can see the width of the white chemtrail and the width of the black chemtrail shadow. So you can see the two. So, and you can definitely take pictures of them and see that they're the same. They're not losing any width or anything. So why can't you apply that logic to the moon? Because it doesn't back their argument. Let's put it that way. Because
That's a great argument.
Bob the science guy, he moved that ball. How many diameters did he move it? Was it probably 20 diameters? He moved that ball and put it on top of the ladders, and then the shadow was virtually gone. yeah? But then you've got a chemtrail and the shadow of the chemtrail, and that's 20 diameters at least, and it retains its integrity. It's all there. And it's a proper shadow. You know, it's a dark shadow. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
that's perfect, man.
you know, that's what
I'd
I
like
think.
to add something, man. I forgot to add this, but just now when I did that demonstration with the ball, it was uphill. The trailer is on top of a hill, and so that shadow didn't do my distance very much justice. But I'm guessing, looking at it, I'm probably about 30 times further than the ball. That's as much as I could do right there at the time, but it was the same size, man. And that was a real time demonstration, man. You know, so no way of
I did some more.
changing the light or nothing.
I did some more photographs like that on the white garage door, and I didn't see any angular size apparent reduction at all on those last photographs.
Ranty, I agree with you, man. That's we're not going to get a better example than that, I don't think. But just for the hell of it, I have a few lasers. I'm gonna try tonight with a soccer ball and that big ball, and there's a house down at the end of my road with just nothing in the front yard and just a clear line of sight, and I'm gonna use my weakest laser, so it's got a lot of beam divergence. And does anybody know that does the beam divergence does it stay circular, like over a couple feet in diameter?
It should do, yeah.
Yeah. So to me,
yeah, it's a bigger circle.
If nothing else, it'd be a cool little demonstration. But what if I did the laser and took and say from 200 feet? I guess this small one's made for about 50 feet, you know. So I can get up to about. I guess I could get up to a distance of about 500 feet and still have a clear shot on this. The side of this house is almost like a screen. It's perfect. So I got a little play of making the size of the laser as big as I need it. And I got different size balls. Yeah, I'll play around with it. So it's starting to get dark here too, actually. I can play around with
You've
that.
got what? Sorry.
Yeah,
different
I know.
size.
Different size. My left soccer ball is bigger than my right beach ball. No, but I got I got all these kids around here, so I got no lack of balls. And so I'm gonna try and use the beam divergence to replicate the sun and play around with that. And what if it's got a tiny little umbra? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I don't think it will.
No, it won't. It won't do it. It'll be much bigger.
It's almost dark enough for me to show y'all right now, real time, without even ever having seen it myself. But let me test it out before I go run in my mouth. Let me make sure the divergence is. I'm gonna go grab the laser.
Well, I'm going to round up now, guys, so if you want to do your final thoughts, and I'll do a show tomorrow. I'm tired, mate. Gotta go.
Yeah, if he has an isolated light source like that without all the flooding of visible light all around, reflecting off everything else, he should probably see a much larger shadow cast from his ball.
From his hole.
From his ball.
Oh, his ball.
Or whatever he's using there. He should see a much larger shadow if he doesn't have the huge sun behind him reflecting light everywhere. If he's just using a laser, he should probably see a much larger shadow than the object that he's using.
Well, that's the thing with testing it, isn't it? Let's get out there and put these things to the test, because we can all have a guess, can't we? So, but I would imagine it would be the same too. I imagine you'd have a bigger shadow.
We're figuring to find out.
You're going to test it. Are you doing it right now?
Yeah, I'm looking. I got all my lasers in one bag, man. So I'm trying to find them. I got the little level lasers and shit. But yeah, let me find these. It should take me about 5 minutes tops to set this up.
Yeah, I'm going to do some more right here in the dark room with the flashlight and that circular paper and see what I come up with.
Can I do my final shout outs?
Yeah, you can do your final shout outs if you want, Gleam.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ranty, for all your super. No, it wasn't super chats this time, was it? It was.
William, you don't want to hang out to see this just a couple more minutes, buddy?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here. I was just gonna close it off a little bit because there was some air there that I needed to just fill, because this is pretty emotional to my heart. I need you to understand the reason why I've come on here drunk is because a shadow and 4 hours that started streaming 4 hours ago. It literally says 96 people watching still, and the whole show has been about the absence of light, the absence of a gleam. Okay, and this is shadow is an absence of something. This is such a deep discussion on excluding me.
Oh, I don't.
Gleam.
I don't know. I brought a star in before the first person in. Paige was here brightening up the show.
Of course, I am so sorry. I am being selfish. See how I do a good impression of Rumpus. See, I've got him. I've got him to a T. But anyway, thank you very much, Ranty, and thanks for putting up with me, and thanks for debunking me straight away with that cloud thing. That has made me think a little bit, actually. As I can't say anything about it because, as I say, to be honest, in my own heart, as soon as we go into shadows, we're gonna have to start getting sticks out. And I do think that, and I think Globers will
as we
say.
can whack the ballers with the stick.
Oh, just look at this, guys. Just look at this. It's sort of like the in between and the in between. So you've got My Realm, who says, "Love you, Ranty," and then straight underneath, Marco Green puts, "Ranty, you suck." So I've got a "love you, Ranty" followed by a "Ranty, you suck." Like Marmite, is it?
Yin yang.
Yin and yang. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Instant karma. It's like virtual photons. They just disintegrate themselves.
I don't know. How are you getting on with that laser? Have you found it yet, Brian?
Yeah, I found it. I found two of them, man. I thought they were all together, but I got two of them, and I got one of the. Have y'all seen the laser levels? The little handheld levels that they tell you the degrees is incredibly accurate, man. Like if it goes down into degrees and decimals, and it's just a little handheld. In fact, I'll show you in a minute. But this divergence is way less than I thought. I'm getting somebody right now to walk down to the end of the road with the ball or the laser, one or the other. So yeah, just a couple more minutes.
So wait a minute. So you're getting somebody to walk down the road with a ball, and then you're going to fire a laser at them. Right. Okay.
Right, we need to extend the stream 5 hours. I'll have an extended bye-bye later.
I mean, what we'll do, man, is we'll see the concept real quick, and I'll just kind of estimate it about close to where it at, close to 100 ball diameters. I'll try a couple different balls, and then, I mean, if we see something significant, then we can get out the measuring tape and shit, right?
You still there, Paige?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just staying on mute because my son's making an awful lot of noise.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk down this way down there, and if you go down this way, you can use either the laser or the ball. It doesn't matter. And
I lost you, Brian. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I was mute. I realized I wasn't on mute, but yeah. So I'm sitting here, and you see the dot on the road right there. Okay, now see where are you at? See, I'm just gonna start low, and it has no choice but hit that house. That's like a projector almost. It's perfect. I'm gonna run down there, and you tell me the size of the beam divergence. So I could find out the size of the beam divergence.
What are you gonna hold?
And here, use this one too. Just do one, and I'll yell to you, and then
see how far?
Yeah. So this right here, you just hit that red button. Okay, red button. And you hit it once, it turns on. Hit it
Ranty.
Yes.
I'm going to sign off, Dal. I'm just going to go and cook breakfast.
Stay there.
Oh, go on, Paige. I could do with some now.
I'll tell you when to stop, right?
Yeah, it's a
I'll be
nice
over in
French
12
toast for my
hours.
boy.
12 hours. Be there in 12 hours.
Oh, now I was going to.
Thanks for having me.
I was going to show you my lump as well. Oh well.
Oh no, I'll keep the phone with me. I won't be on the speaker. That's all. All right, see you later, guys.
See you later.
Bye, Paige. I was almost done. That's cool. She can catch it whenever it's done. Bye, Paige.
She's still there, Brian. Brian, she's
Yeah.
still there. She's just going to make some to eat.
Okay, good. I just ran all the way down here. I should have brought the damn balls with me, but I guess I gotta see how it lines up. All right, yeah. All right,
God,
this
they
is gonna
are
be
different
perfect, man.
sides.
This is gonna be absolutely perfect. Down. Let me see. Down. Oh my God, this is perfect. Okay, this is gonna be perfect. So, all right, I'm gonna go tell him to test the other laser. But yeah, it does keep a. Let me see it one more time. It keeps a fairly circular shape, man. All right, try the other laser. Yeah, so that's it. So I just had to check that out, make sure that it diverged enough in my line of sight. And oh yeah, this one's better. So I probably got to use a smaller ball, but so that's good because I could stand probably closer to film it. Pardon me, I'm out of breath from running. But yeah, this one's brighter too. Okay, well I'll just do it with both. Let me go get the balls. 2 more minutes if y'all can fill the time. And we'll check this out.
Yeah, go and get your balls.
Saying, man, we'd rather have one drunk gleam on the shows and 2 drunk gleams in the bush, man.
Yeah, my doppelganger. Seriously, Steam they call me.
I'll be honest, if you didn't tell me you were drinking, I'd never guess.
Nah, seriously, I'll do a good drunk. I'm a good drunk. I'll start spreading love and everything.
A drunk gleam is smarter than a sober globe head.
Straight away. I'm sure one of these, either Shills versus Shills or the Trolls versus Trolls, is going to catch me proper drunk. One day I'm going to come on here proper drunk and you're not going to like it. But I think I admire Adam. Adam comes on here steaming sometimes, doesn't he? You've got to admit that, or did. And
Adam Meakin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, seriously. And he just used to own it. You know what I mean? Sometimes, and sometimes wander off, as I am now. So I'm looking up to the fella. Salute. Either way, touchy ground about them pay. No, let's.
Well, I used
Paige,
to do. I used to do my shows, and I used to start off, sober as a judge. And by the end of the show, after like 4 hours, I'd be like, "Right, it's time to go now."
That's it. Exactly that. No, that's what it's about, innit? Why not? It's like going out. It's like having a natter at home, innit? A couple of mates around.
Well, when I first started the shows, I was a little bit, not nervous, but I suppose I was actually a little bit nervous. So, I tried to keep it all dead, sort of like watch every single word that I said,
Of course. Yeah, of course you do. You're conscious. You're self-conscious when you listen to it back. I bet you cringe at your own voice. You cringe at how you look. It's a standard human thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't, because I just see a big brightness, a bit of gleam, and it's just like, that hurts. But what's really funny, right, is salute to Professor Phil in the chat. I've got to say this while there's dead silence and we're waiting for Brian's experimental evidence. Salute to Professor Phil, and I'm not going to misrepresent him because everybody knows he believes and knows it's a globe. Okay, but B-Ball, you remember B-Ball and all, and Al K have just done hit pieces on me.
Have they?
Yeah, they've just done this hit pieces on that cloud curve. You remember I was on it a couple of days back saying, yeah, B-Ball's in the side chat and he's saying this all about me. Well, Al K done a 20-minute video of me bringing up the salty past, specifically that cloud curve.
Right.
Yeah, and I asked Professor Phil, and put it this way, all I'm in it, or all I'm confused about is why do globe earthers always deny globe earth science? And I don't get it sometimes. And Professor Phil, I will 100% salute him because he gives his honest professional opinion. And I asked him, is this photo good enough or high enough to actually detect the curve? And he said, no, it's not high enough and it's not actually decent enough, albeit at that height you can still detect that the Earth is a globe because of ships going over there before and after the horizon. So I will not misrepresent him. I won't cut out that last bit and say that he didn't say that and just say, no, he said that definitely you can't see it at that. He said, yes, you can determine it's a globe because of those factors, but in those particular pictures that Alkay and B-Ball for Life are actually touting as the curve, the cloud curve in my eyes, he's literally said, no, I can't really tell from that. And that's honest. You know, I respect that. I respect that. And I do respect that someone can just say exactly that. No, instead of tagging along on the big train and just going, yeah, that's definitely Earth curve. That's it. Without a doubt, you're stupid for thinking it isn't. And that's exactly what Alkay's 20 minutes and B-Ball's 3-4 minutes is. And it's hilarious. It's hilarious. But salute to Professor Phil in the chat. That's if you want to know something ballers wise, if you're ever in doubt of your own model, go and speak to Professor Phil or one of the professionals, and they'll tell you how your own model works, because sometimes you just embarrass yourself and you're converting flat earthers for not knowing it.
So, just out of curiosity, I sent you an image on Skype. Have a look, Liam. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you see.
Is it direct to us or direct to me? It's direct to me.
Direct to you, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm drunk, so I don't know how this.
That's fine. That's fine.
Directing. Oh yeah, there we go. Here we go. Right, I'm on that.
Man.
Oh, okay. Wow, that is harsh.
Good.
That's harsh, man. I do hope that does actually go down, man, because that is harsh.
No, that's
harsh, my brother. That must be hurting you.
That's fucking killing me, man. I'm taking these codemols and I'm sort of like flying high right now because I took 3 more before.
Yeah. I will say to everybody, I'm not even gonna say. Put it this way, Ranty is in genuine pain regardless. I don't care what anyone says there. You need to please put your hand in your pocket.
No.
Chat,
they wouldn't
just get him the cocodamol. You need if you've got 500 milligrams, let's get him thousands, people. Let's get him 1,000 mgs.
They wouldn't see me at the hospital.
That, man. My wife has that and she can't even, man, she's screwed, man. We're trying to get another surgery done, man.
Why? What's up with it?
I think the stuff they used, it might be some of that shit they're advertising on TV. In fact, I think it is. But yeah, she lifts something. If she lifts one of the heavier grandbabies, and she can't help but do it, you know how they are, and she can't help it. Her pride gets right there, and she's down for a few days, and she can't hardly eat, and it blocks her. It's backing her system up, man. Like toxins is the best way I can describe it. But you're talking about your hernia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think she's got a abdominal, or I forgot what you call it, but it's right by her belly button, like an abdominal hernia. But yeah, she's in agony pain. But I'm just about set up.
All right, okay. Looking forward to seeing what you got.
Okay.
Well, tell us when you're ready.
Got it. Set it up. Watch out, Jay. Okay, and hold on, I'll share screen in just a second. So yeah, so we'll be doing this real time. Pretty much. Let me make sure I can get this right. Okay. Start screen.
No pressure.
No pressure. Yeah, well, hey, it is what it is, man. We got a little tiny umbra. We're going to have to suck it up, right? Okay, let's see. Whoops. Okay. Let's see. So, are y'all seeing this?
Not yet.
Not just yet.
Really? Okay. Oh, I got to turn the camera on in Skype. That's right. See, I just figured out how to screen share. I could actually maybe help some of these Hangouts now. Okay, so. Okay, let me get this part.
There we go. I reckon if me and you get together, Brian, we'll take over the world.
It would seem.
I seriously do.
Yeah, I know, man. Me and you.
Serious.
Man, with me coming in hot and you followed it up with. Yeah,
Serious, yeah.
Be a hell of a team, bro.
It's like I'm me being the little rat one, but in WWF. Like you'd be the Undertaker, and I'd be that little rat boy that come in right at the end, and
or Master Blaster.
Yeah. Okay, right. Let's get serious. Science. Let's put your lab coat on. Let's go.
Let's see right here. I'm gonna see. Okay, can y'all see that?
Nope.
Dang! Hold on. One more try. I wonder why it's saying that everything on my screen is being seen. Like he's steadily trying to key in with this second laser, and it just ain't working.
Right, there we go. We can see you now. So you need to turn the camera around or something.
Yeah. Okay.
So that
I can't see it. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
No, you've gone off now.
Really? Damn, that's messed up. Okay, I'll turn it around. Just tell me if you can't see it too good. I'm just trying to turn it around where I can see it too.
Yeah, you need to re-screen share.
Wait, maybe I need to hit my own. Okay, re-screen share. Okay. Okay, Skype. We're in Skype, and then okay, start broadcast. Okay, 2, 1. Okay, and what are you seeing?
Well, you need to get off the screen record so that yeah, and get rid of that.
What in the world? Why ain't this working, man?
There you go. Just go across to your camera.
Okay, yeah. Let me go to. Okay, camera. Oops. Okay, right there. Tell me. Okay, yeah. Hey, all I'm seeing is Cleary's.
Yeah, you need to do the 3 button, and you on Android, yeah?
Yeah, no, I'm on an iPhone. It's iPhone 10X. Okay, I'm hitting the 3 buttons. And now I'm hitting.
Or it's your main button in the middle, which shows what apps you've got loaded up, and then you've got to scroll across to whatever app that you want us to see.
Live broadcast to Skype. Okay, go to.
Yeah, there we go. We're seeing the camera now. That's fine. Stop. Yeah, we see the laser now.
Yeah, we see the red light.
Yeah, we see it.
Great.
Just aim. Just keep doing what you're doing.
I don't see Roxanne though.
Okay, let's see. If you see the laser, I wish I could get it a little bit bigger than this, but let's see. I wish. Okay, so I'm about, let's say, at least 50 ball lengths out right. Oh man, it came off. Okay. Turn it back on. Oh, power just drove in the way. Oh, that's one of my daughters. Oh, 2 of my daughters.
It could be just burnt out.
No, I doubt that. Turn it back on. I can't believe all that time I'm sitting there doing that shit, man. It cut off. Sharky! Dude, it's way down the road, dude. It's about. I mean, let's see, probably about. I'd say it's probably a driver pitching wedge. Nah, it's actually honestly probably about 400 feet. But it seemed I have a little ball that goes in the. What I have is a little ball that goes in the little, the little playpens, the little balls for the child's playpens, the hollow plastic balls, real light. I had a few different sizes of them, so I have one that's bigger than a ping pong ball.
Okay.
My help done deserted me, man. I'm really sorry about this, man. But I'll tell you what, if y'all can hang around and wait, I'm doing this regardless. But if it doesn't work out now, then I will definitely record it. But one thing I also wanted to show is I know it's simple, and I know that people have probably said they've seen it or done it, but I wanted to show dropping 2 balls falling at different rates, man, because I keep getting this argument that it's air pressure. They're sticking with this argument that it's only air pressure, that it's only air resistance. So I got 2 exact same size balls, and a golf ball and a ping pong ball, and I could drop them from with my hands over my head, and the ping pong ball takes longer to hit the ground. And then I had one guy say on a Jose show, he say, well, it's because the dimples are wind resistant. And he was dead serious. So I grinded the damn dimples off. I don't know if I can find that golf ball, but I can regrind the son of a bitches if it ain't good enough. But okay, there's my help. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, I could show real quick, just climbing up on this roof in 2 seconds, or standing on the bed of the truck and showing that with the same exact air resistance, only from a height of, because they're the same exact size, only from a height of about 10 feet, man. It's clearly demonstrable that the golf ball hits faster than the ping pong ball. And they keep saying that you can weigh, like you can weigh air. Okay, maybe air has a smidge amount. Okay, you can weigh it, but to me it's relative. Everything is relative equilibrium, like because you say you could weigh, we all did that experiment where you weigh a balloon and you weigh an empty balloon, you blow it up with air, and you put it back on the triple beams at school, and then it weighs like a tenth of a gram or something like that. And but that all depends on how hot that air is. You blow hot air in there, it's gonna weigh negative. It's gonna, if you tape it to the scale, it's gonna weigh less than the original gram of the balloon alone, right? And if it's colder, it's gonna weigh. All depends on the medium it's in, the temperature, all that stuff's relative, man. They just gravity. I'm like, God dang. All right, so I'm walking back over here, and I'm gonna represent. And so this laser has a divergence a little bit bigger than this ball that I'm using, but it does engulf and encompass the entire ball. So we will see something one way or another here in just a second. Tell me when you can see. Can y'all see yet?
Well, we can see that you're screen recording, so you need to go back on your camera.
How about now?
Oh.
Okay, you don't see you don't even see your screen?
I see
yours.
We're
on Cleary.
Yeah,
okay, let me see. Okay, now how about, wait, let me go to my camera.
Here we
okay,
go. That's it now.
There you go, that's better.
Okay, now I don't know if you can see, but
well, saw the laser. Yeah.
He's way down there. Okay, so I'm gonna try and hold this as steady as I can, and I'm gonna eclipse it. Okay, I'm probably about 50 ball lengths. I will exact it here in a minute. First, let me find.
There's your concentric circles.
Oh my God, where's this laser coming from, dude? Won't even block it. Okay, this is right up on it. Right up on it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the shadow. That's the ball. Yeah, I'm backing up. I'm backing up. Yeah, I'm probably about 20 ball width right now. Let me see if I can get a little bit closer on the shadow. I'll see that.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a see. Let's try and okay. You see that little mortar line? So that shadow, excuse me, that shadow is about 2 of them mortar lines in this block. So I'm backing up a little further, backing up, and it's pretty. God, this is eerie. Oh my God, dude! In real life, this looks like the moon going in front of the sun. That is so weird.
It looks like a Halloween thing.
Dude, I gotta zoom in. Watch this. I forgot this phone zooms and shit. Hold on. I gotta show you this. This looks weird. It looks like nothing going in front of it. Oh, come on, man. Okay. Okay, let me back out. Okay, let's see. Wait, I'm blocking it. Okay. Okay, so this is about. Okay, let's see. I'm at least. It seems to be getting a little bigger, maybe. This is weird to see in real life. Okay, now right here, it just cut off, but I'm at least. Let me see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. About 11 feet. And the diameter of this ball is probably about 1.5 inches. We can
You've gone off screen share now.
Yeah, that's fine, man. The laser cut out, and I don't know where he is. So
yeah.
Okay, it's worth doing because I could probably get a better path and of course a better camera, right? But I'm gonna tell you right now, this ball in front of that laser on the wall, I mean, it looked just like the sun, like it's just a black void in real life, man. It's real cool looking. But I'm gonna say right now, it was not getting any smaller at all, and I was about, let's see, 2 inches, 6, 9, I was probably about 70 times the ball diameter away from the wall.
George Nestanyuk says he's in love with you. he says I love this guy. So yeah, I think he's quite impressed with that laser. It's something I could try actually, because Dr. John D sent his lasers up to me. I still have them, so I could try that. I could use that perhaps tomorrow evening.
I'm gonna say this, Randy, that it is. It does. I mean, it looks like a void going in front of that laser. And I just got to find a way to get my big fat hands out of the way. I'm sure it's getting a laugh out of a lot of people. But basically, what we're doing is just seeing if it's worth pursuing, because I was about at least 60 times the ball width, and I didn't see no shrinkage of the shadow. And
well, that laser's interesting because what was it? It was at least probably 100 meters away. It was at least 100 meters away.
Yeah, it was a little more than 100 meters. I'm guessing it. Yeah, probably about 130, 120 meters. I will get out the tape measure next time though. Just wanted to see if it was worth pursuing, and it definitely is. What do you think, Randy?
I agree. I definitely agree. It took me by surprise. I didn't expect for it to be that clear actually.
Yeah. And so what I'll do, and I'll try and have this ready, and I'll try and do it tonight, later on. But if I can't, then I'll definitely do it tomorrow, the next day.
Well, yeah.
On one of these streams, I'll use my P1000.
You know what they'll do? They'll turn around and they'll say, "Well, you do realise that man-made light isn't the same as natural light, don't you?"
Yeah, I do.
No, and then you'll say, "Well, that's what we've been telling you for the past 5 years, but it's the Glober's argument, isn't it?" So it's like,
oh man, and all we could do is use every light, including the sun. Okay, so here I've used the actual sun. Okay, and then now the sun went down, and I got a laser just to, we know it's a good direct beam, if nothing else, and all we can use different size balls.
Well, you had no light, messing around with it, so it was quite definitive. That I think.
Yeah, that was cool, man. That was cool.
What do you think, Lee? And Cleary, what do you think?
I've just literally sat down from missing out on about a minute of that. I'm sorry.
What do you think, Cleary?
Yeah, I was just doing the same thing here. I've got to get off this Skype to actually do it all. But yeah, it's totally different when you have a smaller light source. The shadow gets much larger than the object is. It's really simple. But yeah, hey Brian, what is your channel? I'm not really sure. I thought your channel was Brian Lee, but
no, man, I got a small channel. I don't really have a lot of video. I've got a lot of videos. I just never really uploaded them. I'm new to this technical shit, but anyway, I just got a small channel called Flat Earth Tests, and I guess this would make it a debut because it's really the first time I've ever announced it. But yeah, I'm interested in hearing. I love your videos, by the way, Cleary.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Cleary's ace.
Yeah,
I'm gonna step this off just so you got an idea, Cleary. I'm gonna go ahead and step this off just to see a rough estimate, because I'm looking at this and it's way more than 100 meters. So I'll let y'all know in a minute, but I'm listening.
Okay, well, I'm asking for final thoughts now because it's getting a bit late now. It's 2:15 in the morning. So anything you want to say, Gleam, before we go, or have you finished your?
I'm done. Thank you very much, Randy. I've enjoyed tonight.
No worries. No worries.
Thank you.
Cleary?
Yep. Just need to make some more observations. I want to definitely see what Brian does out there. I appreciate it, guys. Enjoyed it.
Yeah. And Brian, cheers for doing that. Actually, that's taken me by surprise. I didn't expect it to be so impressive. Actually, so well done.
Hey, that's all we could do is what we have the means to show anyway, and I don't think anything anybody's shown is 100% conclusive. But let's keep on testing our reality, man, and let's keep it going, man. Figure shit out. It's what we do, right? Thank you, Randy.
Exactly. No worries. Thanks, guys, for stopping by. Thanks for making the show. She wouldn't have a show if it wasn't with you guys. And maybe we're asking the right questions and putting the tests out there and pushing the boundaries. The Globers have got to respond to that, I think. And if you do a test, are you going to show it tomorrow, Brian?
What was that? What about tomorrow?
I said if I'm going to go and do a show tomorrow. So if you do a test this evening, if you get a chance to do one, will you show it tomorrow?
I absolutely will. I will do my best. Yep. Perfect.
Cheers, mate. Right. That'll do for tonight, guys. Thanks very much. Shout out to everybody who stopped by. Give a quick shout out to the super chatters. We had Darwin, Gently's channel, Aaron Armstrong, John M. Scott, and Myrome. So thank you very much for supporting the show. Right, that'll do for tonight, and I'll be back again tomorrow. See you all in the next one.